We will start in 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes actually, 3 minutes. Our judges are joining us now. Some of the guests are still on the way, but we are ready to start.
Black Friday is finally here na deals zinafungua hii sale at exactly midnight.
If you would like to use the restroom, on my right, it's written ladies, but gents can still use it. Worry not. need to do this. Switch it on yourself. We can't give you when the mic is on because of sound. They're all at the same place. There's another mic there. So you pick your mic, go there, switch it on. When you finish, switch it off, put it down. Yeah? Yes, they'll all be fixed. Yeah. And then you switch it on. All the best.
Dedication ifikie mpenzi wako.
Unajua babako pia alikuwa romantic vile tulipatana. Okay.
Ukisiwa na maneno, cheza vile unafeel.
Okay. So ladies the right and then the left. That one. Yeah. Gents. Okay. Yeah, gents. So oh no. Correction. So gents on my left towards the gate and ladies on the right. Just on that side. I think we're ready to start now. We're ready to start. My name is Lydia Dor and I will be your host for today. Thank you for coming for Pitch Day, class of 2025. We're very, very excited to have you all. So before we begin, I'll just ask the judges to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what are you looking for in the presentations. We can start with, yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Sitati. I'm a software engineer based here in Nairobi, software engineer and entrepreneur. I've known AkiraChix for many years. I've known Linda even longer than that, from back in the day when we used to be in Bishop Magwa, like we're going 13, 14 years ago. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, very much looking forward to this. It's the last time I was at one of these was in 2019. So I'm excited to see if you guys will beat the standard that was there then. Yeah, we're looking for, well, inspiring ideas. I'm excited to see how you present them. Of course, this being about technical skills, we'll be looking for the technical merit and how you executed it. So looking forward to hearing about that. But mostly just excited to see what everyone has come up with and learn more about the ideas people have. So looking forward to it and good luck, everyone.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Gikebe. I'm an engineering manager at Microsoft, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to see like what people are bringing. And I'm looking forward to seeing the project. So what I'm looking for is probably creativity, how you are aligned with the current the market conditions or with the current atmosphere that we are in, especially around AI. So those are the things that I'm specifically excited for. Yeah, looking forward to the project. Thank you.
Hi. I am Madrine Waini. I think we've met most of you. I'm a junior data scientist from Dalberg Data Insights. I'm really excited to have to look at your projects and judge them and see how you're doing. What I'll be looking for mainly will be the system architecture and how you thought about it, as well as how you present yourselves. All the best.
And with that, I think we are ready to start. Class of 2025, all the best. So we're going to begin with Tesfa. Tesfa, please come on stage. You may begin.
When we think about war, we mostly focus on the people who died and forget about the silent survivors. From Sudan to Ethiopia, from South Sudan to DRC, millions of survivors are living in communities that still carry the hidden wounds of war. From the water they drink, the soil they till on, and the air they breathe, still carrying these particles from war, which may later lead to diseases such as cancer and respiratory diseases. Yet, when peace returns, the world moves on, leaving these survivors without the data, the tools, and the system to help them know about their health years to come, which led us to ask ourselves, how can technology help us to identify, monitor, and predict long-term health diseases in post-conflict regions?
Mostly missing. This leads to decisions being made on limited evidence and leaving thousands of people unaccounted for. That is where TESFA, which means hope in Amharic, comes in. TESFA is not like any other data platform. It is an agentic AI-driven health companion that helps organizations plan and understand how to protect Africa's post-war health future. TESFA changes how aid is delivered, from reactive crisis response to proactive prevention, offering hope where it is needed the most.
To achieve this, the journey begins by gathering diverse data from environmental and health reports. But most of these reports were unstructured, meaning they have to go under refinement. And this stage, we clean, embed, and store it in our Superbase vector database. Once the data is refined and stored, they become the foundation for everything TESFA AI does, including map visualization and health prediction.
The predictions are displayed on an interactive dashboard which is accessible to various organizations. When Mesfin logs into the dashboard, he is able to see map of affected regions color-coded for easy identification. Looking at this, hovering over a country reveals the summary of predictions showing the health risks. Zooming in, for example, to a region like Tigray, which recently had a war, we are able to get the predictions at a regional level. Looking at these health risks, Mesfin might wonder, why is cholera high in Tigray? And that's when he interacts with our chat interface to seek more clarification on the predictions made. And our AI responds with data-driven insights.
So, you might be wondering how this is happening. When Mesfin asks a question, it directly goes to our TESFA AI agent, which is built on top of Gemini. Gemini acts as the main orchestrator of the system. It understands Mesfin's question, it decides which tools to use, and it structures the final response. The first thing this AI agent does is, it calls the first tool, which is retrieve context, which retrieves the relevant context from our database by enabling semantic search. If the database doesn't provide enough information, it directly switches to DuckDuckGo API to get a real data from the web. Once it gathers the relevant context, Gemini triggers the second tool, which is predict health risk, which uses BioGPT, a specifically pre-trained model on medical data. BioGPT analyzes this context and predict the health risk and their likelihood. Finally, Gemini takes this output and it presents it in natural language or JSON format based on the user's query.
Based on the detected risks, the system generates prioritized tasks like enhancing disease surveillance and vaccination in a specific region. To seek for more clarification and to know in which diseases users need to intervene, they can see the description and the priority of tasks. This task management ensures that the AI predicted risks translate immediately into coordinated field actions. With this, Mesfin can select tasks and monitor the progress of tasks, whether they are impending, in progress, or completed. This integrated approach empowers Mesfin to act quickly and effectively, bridging the gap between complex data and real-world impact, turning data into hope. Before TESFA, Mesfin had to rely on the scattered reports, delays, and guesswork to understand what was happening on the ground. But with TESFA, he has clear health risks, coordinated actions, and coordinated efforts all in one place, exactly when he needs them. That is the promise of TESFA. It's more than a technology. It restores dignity, protects life, and helps communities to truly heal after war. Thank you.
Judges.
Hi, thanks for that. That was a very impressive presentation. You showed the tasks at the end. I just wanted to understand, are those generated by the AI agent and then you choose which ones to prioritize? Or what is it a separate task management system where you put in the tasks manually?
So let me take that question. Our AI predicts the health risks that are going to arise after a war. And those come as a coordinated tasks so that the organizations can see which tasks are there and can take. For example, there can be a predicted risk about cholera or any disease in a specific country. So those come as a coordinated tasks so that organizations can look at these tasks and select the ones which align with their mission. If it's WHO, they can select tasks that goes with their mission and their values, so that they can select their tasks and monitor the progress of these tasks, if they are completed, impending, and everything. So it generates tasks, but they are the one to choose those tasks and also monitor them.
So with regards to training, of the model, you're using Gemini, right? So number one, why did you choose Gemini as opposed to any other model? And yet you have so many other models. And then like how are you doing the training and where are you getting the data from? And also like how are you grounding the model to make sure that it sticks to the purpose, not the model but the agent, to make sure that it sticks to the purpose of your application?
For that, let me take that question. Why we use Geminis for the structured formats to store them to our database when the agent responds the queries. For the BioGPT, it's pre-trained model specifically on the health analysis. So that's why we choose BioGPT for the analysis of health risks and Gemini for the structured formats.
And how is it tailored to the situation that we have in the region that you're focusing on? Because most of the models have not been trained from Africa. So probably sometimes they are biased with regard to the data available in Africa. So how do you ground it there?
That is the similarity taken from other countries, historical data from other countries. Specifically in Africa, the data about the war and the health risks are scattered, and they don't have enough information for that. So we took the similarity from other countries, what had happened before in the historical data, and what's going to analyze, the BioGPT is going to analyze, and take that analysis, Gemini take that analysis and take back to the database.
Is there a risk of bias?
For the accuracy, we measure it, the back data, the historical data back testing. We test it based on the accuracy level of the real world, real truth impacts from the historical data. We take it to predict. We trained it to predict. We trained the BioGPT to predict the real accurate data, so that we can make it the analysis based on that.
Okay, thank you.
We also looked at countries that have also experienced war, such as Japan. We saw that there is that were happening after the bombing that happened, and then we saw the pattern that was happening. So the fact that we had the data from Japan and we had looked at the pattern that would happen, we knew like if we train our model with this, it's going to be able to predict. And if we are looking for accuracy, if this is what happened in Japan in like 5 years, then this is what we expect from our model.
Thank you.
On top of that, the model. On top of that, the model health risks and also database too, so it's more accurate.
Yeah, thank you.
Final question from me. You've mentioned that you are fetching data, yeah? Could you please state what are the sources you looked at, as well as how your user also interacts with the test file? Do they interact with it only on the tasks, or do you have a chat, maybe a chat feature? And the third one is you're using two tools. You're using the tool that fetches from the database, as well as a tool that searches, that does a web search. How do you verify the information that is fetched from the internet, if I may say? Do you give it specific sources, or do you just let it figure it out on its own? Yeah.
Okay, so let me start from the data. So let me start data. The data mostly first we divided the data to the environmental and health part, and then for the data mostly we focus on the AkiraChix because it has more data on the conflict happens previous. So we use AkiraChix, WHO, and also PubMed to get the real data from that happened in the war. And so the tools that the next question was the tools we use, right? Yeah. So the first thing that we use is the retrieve context. It just retrieves the data from our database. But then if it didn't find, it's as the fallback that we use the DuckDuckGo API. If it didn't find relevant information from that thing, it's used as a fallback. So the it gets the data. That's how we use it for the DuckDuck.
Yes, the DuckDuckGo tool is now what I'm interested in. Do you have specific sources? Because there's a lot of information on the internet and you can't trust all the sources. So how do you verify what it selects or what it references?
So we compare it with the, since we first even like Aclid, even it has the real data, we just use the searching.
To add on that, we leveraged the credible sources like WHO to make sure that the data are the accurate data, the real, like maybe some posters doesn't mean they are accurate, so we leveraged just credible resources from WHO and kind of organizations. So we took that data, the conflict events data, and we embed them and store them in the PG vector database. That's how we make sure the data is accurate, for the data that we are collecting is accurate.
Yeah. And also in matters of accuracy, we can see that in as much as we are using trusted sources and the DuckDuckGo API search, the answer may be insufficient, but the way we adjusted our agent is that it will never give a guessed answer. It may be something that is not sufficient enough for the information making on the NGOs, but it always gives something right, but never guessed.
Maybe to add a little on that, we also had a usability test to make sure this organization, how they find our source, whether it's usable, and also how accurate it is for an organization to use our product. So we also tested with our users.
To answer the last question on the users, they don't only interact with the task, they're able to see the regions and the countries that have been affected by war, and then they're able to query also using the chart. Like for example, they can see like in Tigray there's a high rise in cholera, they're able to query and they get the answer. Also, the task is also another feature that they can interact with.
Do we have any audience questions? Questions from the audience? All right. Thank you, Teswa. We're ready for our next group. That is Biopima. You may start.
Biogas holds great potential as a renewable and clean source of energy for many institutions across Kenya, yet its adoption is usually undermined. This is not by technical failure, it's due to lack of the visibility on how the digester is performing. Ben Mwangi, who is a biogas consultant in Kenya, committed towards a net zero future, regularly installs well-engineered biogas digesters across schools and hospitals, only to lose insight when they are operational. He can't tell when the system is underperforming, why it's failing, or what needs to be done until it's too late. This lack of invisibility has real consequences. Jamii College initially benefited from smoke-free, clean cooking, reducing the over-reliance of firewood by 30%, and also reducing the respiratory illness among its kitchen staff. But gas production became unpredictable. Lack of simple indicators left Lewis Mwangi, who is a biogas operator at Jamii College, guessing. A model that was once a source of sustainable energy at Jamii is now idle. Across Kenya, the pattern repeats. Despite the relentless effort of the government promoting the use of biogas including installation in 14 prisons, still 70% of 20,000 biogas digesters fail. This reality posed to us a challenge on which strategies we can use to ensure that biogas digesters operate seamlessly with consistent and uninterrupted gas supply, turning each and everyday activity into a measurable economic and environmental value.
And with this great challenge in mind, Biopima came to life. Meet Biopima, your all-in-one biogas management system. Biopima is an IoT-based monitoring system linked to a dashboard that provides users, that is institutional operators and consultants, with real-time feedback on digester health, performance, sends real-time alerts whenever the safety thresholds for temperature and pressure are surpassed, and timely detection of methane leakages, preventing gas wastage and environmental pollution. Beyond just the day-to-day management, Biopima helps in gas optimization by providing a gas consumption breakdown, especially for commercial users with multiple activities from the same digester, helping them in accurate billing and reducing uncertainties around gas usage. And this is the whole journey that made Biopima a success. We have 3 sensors, a thermocouple for measuring temperature, an MQ4 methane sensor for detecting methane leakages, and a differential pressure sensor for measuring pressure. We also have an ESP32, which is the microcontroller and the brain of the device. The ESP32 picks all the sensor readings from the 3 sensors and sends them to HiveMQ. HiveMQ is a cloud-based communication platform for all IoT-enabled systems. From HiveMQ, this data is published to our subscriber, which is the WebSocket in our instance, through the MQTT protocol, which is a communication protocol. From our subscriber, the data is sent to our front end, to our users for visualization and management through in reports and graph forms. From our front end, the data is then persisted to the back end for storage and historical usage.
This is Biopima dashboard for institution operator Lewis and consultant Ben. On the consultant dashboard, Lewis can see all his clients with their status, which are active and inactive. When he clicks on the active biogas, it will lead him to institutional dashboard, where Lewis can monitor the overall performance of specific clients' biogas. He can see the methane, temperature and pressure readings and receives an alert if methane is greater than 2 parts per million. That means there is gas leakage and he has to check and seal the part which is leaking. And if temperature is lower or higher than 35 to 37 degrees Celsius. If it's lower than 35 degrees Celsius, he has to keep the digester warm by adding a layer. And if pressure is lower or higher than 815 kilopascal. If it's lower than 8 kilopascal, he has to feed the digester so that it produces gas. And he can see the gas production per time on this graph. Biogas is not only used for one activity. It can be used for different activities at once, for like generator, cooking, lighting and else, so that Lewis can see how much gas has been consumed per each activity from this graph.
Biopima is not just a smart monitoring system, it's a powerful ally to our environment by promoting cleaner and efficient use of gas. At Jamii College, it transformed the idle digester into a reliable source of energy, improving its performance by 85%. By streamlining billing processes, Biopima gave Jamii College visibility into its energy use. Now at Jamii College, every unit of gas is tracked, every cost is transparent, and also every shilling is spent with purpose. Biopima is an innovation that not only impacts the planet, but our livelihood. Thank you.
Coming to see Biopima in action. To ensure that we get the exactly at, we put it on the main gas. It is in the data in the dashboard where they can see the around the digester. Currently, there is no methane leaking, meaning it's good because methane. They can see the temperature, and currently the temperature is below 35 degrees to 37, which is the optimum for biogas production. So our user gets an alert to warm up their digester for more gas production. They can also see the pressure of the gas in the system. When the pressure is running low, it means no gas in the system, and they or warm it up to ensure the gas is produced. When the gas starts flowing in the system, go away, meaning there's enough gas to sustain him. So our user can also monitor the amount of gas uses in different activities. Currently, when we have one activity running, which is in this scenario, it will be heating. And as you can see, the total amount of gas that has been used is 0.41 meters cubic. Our user can use this as a form of billing in a case where they have different bake in a bakery or heating, cooking, and running a generator. They can do it for billing. They can also monitor the alerts as they appear in the dashboard and see the number of alerts that have been coming throughout the day. And currently, the only alert running is the one for temperature.
Judges, any feedback?
Yeah, I think it's a really cool. Sorry, I think it's a really cool solution and very impactful. So, can the alerts also come through SMS?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. The alerts can also come in SMS, but now the prototype that we've built right now, we are only doing it for the institutions and the consultant who are large-scale users. For now, we implemented only the alert to appear on the dashboard.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
One question I had was, you showed that it can measure the usage based on different use cases, like heating or baking, etc.
Yeah.
How would that work? Is it that you install separate sensors on different routes, or how does it know what use or what direction the gas is going towards?
In that scenario, we are going to be using a differential pressure sensor with two pipes in different lines. We can be able to get the pressure from the main gas line and compare it to the ones in the different gas lines. That way we can calculate the volume flowing through that specific gas line. So when we have different gas lines, we can have different pipes on the different gas lines to calculate the volume in those gas lines.
Check.
Okay. You mentioned that you convert the cubic meters into cash, into billing. How ideally, how do you translate that into currency?
Translating that into currency, our idea coming up with that solution is that most of the people who install biogas digesters usually install them in homesteads, whereby you can find like different houses are using the gas there. So in that, it depends with the biogas company on how they want to bill them according to the amount of gas usage. For us, what we wanted to make it efficient to them is just to know that this gas line is using this amount of gas, the other gas line is using this amount of gas. Yeah, and also we are planning on our 2.0, we can implement pay as you go, whereby as you use the gas, you're paying.
Okay. Final question. Given that the temperature affects when to feed the biodigester, how different is the gas production, let's say Nairobi, versus in Mombasa, where the temperatures are a bit higher?
So for the temperatures, for instance, in our in here in Karen, the temperatures are a bit low. So in Mombasa, the temperatures are usually high, and that could be above maybe 35 to 37 degrees. So for us, the gas production took some time because of the low temperatures. So we just cover the digester to keep it warm and ensure. We just keep it warm to ensure the production is optimal. But for instance, in Mombasa, the temperatures could be above 35 to 37 degrees, meaning the gas production will be so fast. After 4 to 7 days, the users can start seeing the pressure levels and the gas production.
Okay. Final question. Could you please go back to the slide where you were showing the architecture? Thank you. You have the components themselves and the microcontroller. Did you end up using, let's say, like a Raspberry Pi over this? Why didn't you use? I know there are Raspberry Pis that come already with the components already in there. Did you decide to go that direction, or did you build it yourself?
So we decided to choose the ESP32. We chose this because we were considering different factors. First, we considered the cost. We also considered that the ESP32 that we were using is mostly compatible with the Wi-Fi. It comes with the Wi-Fi. It has Wi-Fi fitted. So we chose this one because of the cost and the Wi-Fi. The Raspberry Pi was a bit more expensive, but we considered the cost and the Wi-Fi fitting.
Okay. Final question. You have a back end, which is that, and a front end. What front end did you decide to use, and why? And what back end did you decide to use, and why?
Thank you for that question. A bit clarify the backend in what terms?
You're communicating between this to the WebSocket. That connects now to your front end.
Yes.
That can translate all the information it's finding to your dashboard. So did you do all of it in what language, or did you split into different do you have an actual backend that has a database, or did you do everything inside one? Let's say packaged front end, for example, like the language used.
We did them differently. For the front end bit, we used Next.js, TypeScript, and also for the back end we used Django. So they were a bit different. And also to clarify on the WebSocket bit, initially we had a challenge whereby our MQTT client we implemented it on the back end, but there was latency issue in fetching the data to the front end to have real-time data. So that's why we had to implement the WebSocket to publish the data to our front end, then pass it to the back end so that our users can visualize real-time data.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Any questions? Thank you, Biopima. Next group, we have Zeno. Please come on stage. You may begin.
Just a few months ago, early 2025, the US imposed new tariffs on China, part of a broader reset on global trade rules. On the surface, this looked like a US-Chinese problem. But within weeks, garment factories in Lesotho began laying off workers. Why? Because Lesotho exports to the US under AGOA. And when global markets shift, African economies pay the price, even when we are not at the negotiating table. Over 80% of Africa's trade still happens outside the continent. What this means is our economic fate is tied to decisions made in Brussels, Washington, and Beijing. Decisions we do not get to shape, but determine whether a farmer in Nyeri takes their kid to school or a coffee cooperative in Kiambu stays afloat. A few decades ago, China stood where many African economies are today, reacting to shocks, exporting raw materials, and struggling to be relevant. But it chose a different path. It chose to use data not only to observe the world, but to anticipate it. Africa can do the same. We have the data, we have the talent. What we lack is infrastructure to turn this data into actionable insights that not only help us overcome global shocks, but partake in shaping global trade. Because at this very moment, when the world shifts, Africa is not at the negotiating table, but we're a big part of the menu.
Who's on the front line? David Mwangi, an agro-trade economist with masters in economics and a mission to use data to help Kenya make better agro-trade decisions. Every day, he studies trends in coffee, tea, and maize. He builds models to predict prices and tests how new tariff might impact export income and food supply. But he faces two roadblocks. First, the information he needs is scattered across outdated reports and complex spreadsheets. There is no single reliable source and no time to clean it all, leading to the second problem: the data is late. By the time he has verified and analyzed the data, the market has already changed. His insights come too late to guide decisions. Instead, they can only explain what has already happened. And the cost of this is real. Kenya ends up reacting to global market shifts instead of preparing for them. Mwangi doesn't need a miracle. He just needs a tool that brings all the data together, analyze it fast, and turn it into actionable insights. That's the gap Zeno was built to fill in. Zeno is a multi-agentic AI designed to assist agro-trade economists like Mwangi. It streamlines data access, analyze market scenario, and generate reliable trade forecasts for key commodities in Kenya.
On a Monday morning, let's say Mwangi wants to forecast Kenyan coffee price in the next 2 months. Because right now, cooperatives in Nyeri are deciding whether they should sell their next harvest. For if global prices were to drop next month, it would mean they would lose their income overnight. And in the past, Mwangi would spend hours, 80% of his time, gathering data from all over the web, cleaning consistent formats found in those spreadsheets, then running it in heavy models in Python and R. And by the time he's done, the sales would be made. Let's see what happens when Zeno enters the picture, and all Mwangi has to do is just type it.
After he hits send, the query is sent to the reasoning agent via Zeno API. The reasoning agent is an orchestration layer built on top of Gemini's LLM. It extracts keywords and identifies the intent of the query, which helps it to delegate the task to one of the specialized sub-agents. If the request is a forecasting question, as we can see, forecasting sub-agent gathers time series data from the relational DB, which is built entirely from verified sources like CBK and KMBAs, based on what the tools, or in our case, economic models like ARIMA, SARIMA, and Profit need. Before storage, the data is cleaned and validated, whereby formats are standardized, inconsistencies handled, and missing values corrected. This process takes scattered data from Excel and CSV files into one reliable dataset. What used to take economists days of manual cleaning is now happening in minutes, allowing Mwangi to focus on insight rather than cleanup.
Next, Mwangi asks, who's exporting more coffee, Ethiopia or Kenya? And normally, this would mean digging through PDFs, looking for trade data and policies, then try to connect the dots. But with Zeno, it changed this timeline. It analyzed updated trade data and policies to give Mwangi how each country is performing on those commodities, but also it suggests policies a country could take. And after that, he prepares for the unknown, asking, what if we subsidize tea production in Rwanda? Zeno takes input on possible shocks, for example, drought, trade changes, and tariff, to give him analysis of what would happen in those circumstances.
After these questions are asked, Zeno routes them to the scenario or comparative sub-agent. They interact with both relational DB for structured data and vector DB for the embeddings of unstructured data. This connection allows advanced semantic search retrieval and interpretation of context hidden behind long PDFs and documents. After this, the models analyze and give us the output, which will be routed back to the reasoning agent, in which it is turned into clear and conversational response, answering Mwangi's question and giving him actionable insights.
Once Zeno have responded, an economist can give us feedback about what they liked about the response and why they didn't like. This is to help Zeno agent improve day by day and satisfy economists' goals. After that, an economist can also download the PDF and share it with a fellow economist. And here's how the downloaded PDF looks like. Zeno isn't just about data, it's about people. When the economy is right, children go to school, families stay fed, and the future stay alive. For too long, our policies has been made with delayed data, outdated systems, and policies made oceans away. But with Zeno, we are saying never again. We're building a future when economists in Kenya will predict data in real time, ministries will plan for shocks ahead, and our policies will be based on evidence, not guesses. Next time, when the world trade shifts, Africa won't just be reacting. We'll be responding with action, insight, speed, and confidence. Because with Zeno, Africa won't be on the menu, we will be at the table. That's the impact we're building. Thank you.
Judges.
I'll start us off. I've noticed first of all, amazing presentation. I've noticed you're also using Gemini. I'd like to know what model you're using and why you are using that model.
Thank you. For the models, we're using ARIMA and Profits. The reason we're using Profits as our sole model to forecast is because Profit works really well with patch data. And unfortunately, for data for African trade data, it's not only is it scattered everywhere, it's also patchy. So Profit allows us to analyze this without having to go through different models and also predict better. And if we don't have enough data, unfortunately, again, with African data, it would fall back to SARIMA and ARIMA, which actually work really well with a small amount of data for predicting short term.
Okay. And then that's on when you're fetching where you're fetching the data up before that. The model itself, the Gemini model, which one is it? Also, how you mentioned the data is cleaned before you pass it through your models, yeah? How often do you fetch this data, and how often do you fetch this data for you to have the real-time analysis that you say you have for the user to consume?
For the model, for Gemini, we're using 2.5 Flash, which allow deeper analysis. We have 3 sub-agents: comparative, scenario, and forecasting. So we used Gemini 2.5 Flash because it gave us deeper analysis, and then it also gave us maximum tokens, where on a free version we couldn't hit the token limit. So it allowed users to type 1,000 queries per month.
Have you thought about a different way of presenting this data? It's really great. The data is really great. But have you thought about a different way of presenting? Because there's a lot of text. Nowadays, people are not very patient in terms of reading all this. Is there an easy way to present it, apart from the graph that I see below there?
So our platform is mostly built for economists, so we catered it to them. And based on the research we did with them, so they don't have an issue with they're very big on reports, so they're very big on detail. So they want it to be more detailed. So a report works best for them. So at this moment, it's not built for the public because we are building it specifically for economists. This is what works best for them.
And to add on that, we added visuals for them to be able to analyze it easily.
Thanks for the very interesting presentation. I'm a bit curious about the data. You explained that David previously would have his own data that he would do his analysis on. So in this scenario, would it be Zeno that provides the data, or does David bring his own data to the platform, or is it a hybrid of the two?
Zeno is the one that's providing all the data. And in the past, yes, Mwangi would be gathering it data from verified sources, which we're already doing it for Mwangi. And he doesn't need to analyze data, gather all that, and then feed it to Zeno. We're providing it.
So might there be say I'm an economist who has access to some custom information that others don't, some data from partners or something like this. Is there an opportunity for me to
complement your data with my own sources and then get insights that others might not have access to? Is that possible on the platform?
For the current version, we are not providing that, but what we're doing is mostly they spend time gathering this data. So most of the data sources that we found, we couldn't even web scrape them, so we're downloaded and then we're ingesting the data manually. But for the some APIs that we found, it's we can fetch the data live when they post. Zeno can access it. That's how we're helping data.
Thanks.
Questions from the audience?
Very insightful presentation. Great job. A question regard to verification. How does Mwangi get to trust the output of your system? What is the process of verifying accuracy once and continuous basis? What have you done there, and what are you thinking of improving there?
So we have for example, for forecasting, we have the confidence intervals, as you can see, and also we have the data points used. So if the data points used are high, it means Zeno agent were about to find enough data to give the response. That was the first way that David Mwangi can trust the response generated.
The second way we did is, we have 3 sub-agents, so we took 3 different approaches. So for forecasting, it takes time series data, so mostly it's numbers, and it predicts coffee price or coffee volume. So we use mean absolute percentage error, or MEP. So we give our agent different questions, maybe predicting for what will happen for the price of coffee in the next month or 3 months. So usually for MEP, the average for 1 month is, if the result is below 10, it's good. If it's 2 up till 4 months, it should be between 10 and 15. So for Zeno, we found out it was 13.3%. And for the other sub-agent, for scenario, since scenario it doesn't have a ground truth, what we used is a higher version of Gemini, so that it can be as a QA or as an evaluator based on risk awareness and economic relevance. So for that, we found out 12.7% hallucination rate, and for comparative sub-agent, it takes data from our relational DB. So we added a Python file in our backend. So whenever Zeno is answering, we fetch the country matrix and the value from our backend, and we calculated that the accuracy rate is 60% for that sub-agent.
Is there a continuous way to involve the subject matter expert, more like an economist within that process?
Actually, when we built Zeno, throughout the whole process, there was an economist involved. So he will validate the output, tell us where we need to refine, where the responses weren't detailed enough. So throughout the building of it, the economist was involved. And even after that, when we proceed, we still plan to involve him. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think that's it. Thank you, Zeno. So far, so good. I think we can move to the next group. We're going to switch it up a little bit. So welcome, Carbon Truck.
Kenya stands to be Africa's greatest tea exporter, ranking in 3rd place in the world tea exportation. This tea exportation contributes 40% to the agricultural GDP of the country, sustaining more than 5 million of livelihoods of Kenyans. At the heart of this tea production stands KTDA and its factories. As the global tea demand increases, so is the emissions that are being produced throughout the production of this tea, where a study shows that CO2 covers 55% of greenhouse gases emitted in Kenyan tea factories. As the world shifts towards a greener market, Kenyan tea that was seen as a pure quality product is receiving a new scrutiny under European Union carbon border adjustment and global buyers. Now, it's not just about the quality of tea you're producing, but the carbon footprints behind each kilogram we export.
Without proper carbon tracking and credible reporting, Kenya tea exports risks of being less competitive in the market, facing higher tariffs, reduced market access, and even a potential of less revenue. This could shake the country's GDP, and with it, the livelihood of many farmers whose hands build these industries. So the question becomes, how do you equip KTD and tea factories with real-time data that can measure, manage, and monitor their carbon emissions all over their operations? This was the challenge we aimed to solve for. To address this, we built Carbon Track. It's an IoT integrated system specifically designed to help KTD and its affiliated tea factories. It combines both real-time data from our IoT devices and a manual entry of energy data usage to ensure that every stage of production is accurately accounted for. This gives tea factories real-time visibility into their emissions and energy usage, helping them to take actions based on accurate data rather than just estimates.
Here is how Carbon Track works. Carbon Track has two users. We have KTDA Manager and Factory Manager. For the KTDA Manager, what they will be doing in our system, they will be overseeing the overall carbon emissions that is coming through all the factories that works under KTDA. For the factory side, we are tracking the carbon emissions that is being emitted in two ways. We have direct emission and indirect emission. For the direct emission, we are putting the sensors in the chimney, and these sensors, they are sending the readings to my controller, and then we publish to HiveMQ, and then we subscribe to our data, and they're stored in our database. For the indirect emission, we are using the standard measurements to convert the energy that is being consumed into amount of carbon emission that is being emitted during the tea processing, where 1 liter of diesel is equivalent to 2.7 kgs of CO2. We are using this to be able to convert the amount of the energy that is being consumed into the amount of CO2 that is being emitted. With that, you can be able also to download the daily report or monthly report or the whole year report in our system.
With factories, we'll be able to see their performance in terms of the emissions they produce. KTDA will be able to see factories that are compliant, whereby compliant means that the tea they are producing, the emissions that are being emitted per kilogram of tea is under the set standard, the set global standard that is set. So with Carbon Track, KTDA will also be able to see the overall emissions of all factories, where they are presented in a heat map. In the heat map, the higher concentrated ones show factories that are emitting a lot, and less concentrated shows the ones that are emitting less. It will also be able to receive alerts in case a factory has exceeded threshold. It will be able to see energy entry that they used, firewood, diesel or electricity, so that they can be able to make decisions based on what they see.
I invite you for a live demo of how KTDA works. Judges, please join me for a live video of how it works. So with Carbon Track, we have IoT sensors. We have CO2 sensors which are placed on top of chimneys. From here, they are able to detect the total amount of CO2 which is being produced during production. This data is now transmitted from the CO2 sensor to the MCU. From the MCU, the data is now published to our HiveMQ. In the HiveMQ, we are able to subscribe to the data, display it on our dashboard, and also send it to our backend. This is how we display the data. We display the data in terms of how much CO2 is being produced live. So you can see how much CO2 is being produced during currently on the production. Also, in a day, between the hours of morning and evening, you can also be able to see how much CO2 is being produced here. Then also, we do present our data in terms of over months, how much CO2 as a specific factory being producing. So you can see it here. With this, the factories themselves are able to see the amount of CO2 they are producing during their own production. And on the other side, the KTDA is also able to see the amount of CO2 its own factories are producing.
Also on the KTDA side, KTDA will be able to see all their factories and how they are performing. Here the performance they are seeing is how, in terms of emissions they are producing. This is a leaderboard showing the factories that are emitting a lot and the ones that are emitting less. And this, we thought to do this because if factories that are emitting higher emissions can be curious to know those that are emitting less, the measures they took, and the actions they take so that they can emit less. And also to give KTDA visibility on where to take more action to the factories that are emitting a lot. So with Carbon Track, KTDA that is receiving a new scrutiny under EU will be able to report and monitor them. Now the EU that is mentoring them, they will be also be able to show that the tea we are producing is not emitting a lot of carbons, but is also clean.
Judges?
Thanks for the demonstration. I'm curious about how you measure. Are you tying the emissions based on specific production, let's say a certain batch or a certain, even a variety of tea, or is it about monitoring the overall production over an extended period, just the average emissions that a factory is doing per month?
Okay. So for tea production, most of the times when the chimneys are producing smoke is during withering. This stage happens for all tea. It doesn't matter if it's green tea or it's black tea. So during that time, the tea itself is being dried, and is when all the factories we have in Kenya currently use firewood. And and the gas that is being produced during that production is leaving through the chimney. So for the live emissions, we are taking in that data. But we also have the other side where we have energy entry. On energy entry, we are taking the amount of CO2 that is being produced by the different types of energies that the factory is using.
To add on that, we are measuring the emissions, overall emission from the drying and everything throughout the finishing of all of it. That's why I have energy entry, and also for the gas that is being released to the chimney. So it's the production, the scope 2 and scope 3 of the production of the tea.
Sorry, just a follow-up. Yeah, you showed us briefly the energy entry, and I think the example, there was a drop-down where it was showing electricity. What are some of the other options? What are some of the other categories that you can track manually?
We have electricity, diesel, and firewood. Those are the ones that we saw they use. Most of them use firewood, but there are parts of production where they use diesel and electricity. So those three options are the one we found in our research.
Is it possible to expand beyond the factory setting, like in terms of like vehicles outside now, the immediate core business?
Okay, for now, for us, we focused on factories, and specifically tea factories, because this is a major issue that is going to cost them a lot of money starting from January 2026. So for us, we're focusing on industries. For now, specifically on tea factories, because it is in high demand, the product.
To add on that, right now we have other institutions which are taking care of the CO2 which is being produced in other sectors, such as the transportation part. For example, in the tea industry, we have the transportation part, yes. But we have people who are doing that. But for the CO2 that is being produced directly during emissions, we don't have one that is currently taking care of the direct emissions.
Thank you.
Okay. My question is on the carbon also. Given that you're measuring what they are emitting, let's say the factory also has solar panels, and I know that things like carbon neutral, where you offset some of the carbon you're producing. So do you take that into account when you're doing the calculations?
When we're doing the calculations, if we take an example of KTDA, which we used, its factories don't have renewable energy as of now. What they use is either firewood, diesel, or electricity. So they're not using solar in tea production. So what we are catering for is those three types of energies and how much CO2 they're producing.
Okay, so in a future implementation, how do you think about it? Let's say you have shown them, they have learned that they are producing a lot of emissions, yeah? And they decide, okay, for some of these factories, we can implement some renewable energies, yeah? So how will your app adjust to those changes? Because ideally, currently it will not change. It will still state that they have high emissions, yet they've also tried it on their end to navigate, to remove some of that. Do you understand my question?
Yeah. Could you kindly
Okay, so there's something called carbon neutrality or something, where if you produce a lot of emissions, you can negate it, i.e. you can either plant trees, you can maybe decide to go solar, you go renewable or whatever, yeah? So when you're measuring for such people, they can say that they've produced this, but they've also built this, they've also planted this amount of trees. So technically, the carbon emission, the final product is less. You get the calculations. So now let's say KTDA has noticed that it's producing a lot of emissions. They decide to do something about it. How will you, because ideally this dashboard is supposed to help the EU, for example, they can share it and show these are our emissions. If they decide to neutralize some of the carbon they're emitting, how do you factor that in? Because now you'll be reporting wrong numbers.
Okay, in our MVP, we mostly measured on how much they're producing right now. We don't have the data that we don't have data showing how much they're producing right now. So in our first version, we decided to go with how much CO2 they're producing right now. So maybe in our next version, we can try and introduce that into our system.
In addition to that, when we conducted the research, when we went there, for them, an example, they did what they told us they did. They started using the firewood. It's a type of timbers that doesn't emit a lot of CO2. So for us, we are tracking the one that is being emitted. So if they use that type of timber, that means the amount of CO2 that was being released, it will reduce. So we be able to use that. For the electricity, we found out most of the tea factories, they're using hydroelectricity, which doesn't consume a lot of the amount of carbon emission. Because for 1 kg of tea is equivalent to 0.019 kgs of CO2. So it's a less amount to that.
Okay. Final question. For your sensors, I noticed that the chimneys, is there a way that they can fail, and how would you recognize that it's failing?
Okay, failing, it can happen. And also in the way we can see if they are failed is the data that is reading. CO2 has a standard of like the natural CO2 that is released. We can see that it is producing a lot of numbers that don't make sense, that is hallucinating. So we can see that if, based on the data that is producing, that's when you can see that it is failing. On that, you can decide that it's the sensor. We can first see if the Wi-Fi is working, because it is depending on the Wi-Fi to send data. If the Wi-Fi is working well and the setup is okay, then you can find where the problem is, but failing it can happen, and the best way to first see it is the data that is sending.
Given these factories might be in areas that are hard to reach, how do you account for poor network?
Okay, for poor network, when we went to do research, most of the factories have offices. The one we went to, they have offices, and their Wi-Fi is near where the chimney and production is happening. Based on the distance between where the sensors will be put and where the production is happening, the network was strong, and us using ESP32 also helps because the network is not too strong.
Questions from the audience?
So thanks for the good presentation. And I have two questions. The first one is that you're getting data from different factories, and what you're trying to control here is CO2 emissions. Do you have, or have you thought about giving recommendations to different factories about how they can reduce the CO2 emission? Maybe if you compare one or two factories, you see one is producing less. Have you thought about the recommendation that you can give to those factories, or through KDDA give those recommendations? And my second question is on the failure part. So how are you monitoring your system to ensure, or how are you monitoring the point of failures on your system? Because it's supposed to send data very, very fast to KDDA. So if we miss some part, then we are missing some CO2 emissions. How are you monitoring to ensure that you have identified the point of failures and have backups to control on that? Yeah.
Let me try to take the first question. For that, in our MVP, what we have included is we have a factory leaderboard where the emissions heat map. It shows like the factories that are emitting a lot are ranked in the first one, like in a high concentrated colors. That means like the KTDA can decide which factory is emitting a lot. So that's like they can give suggestions or recommendations based on that. So we have factory leaderboard based on that.
I'll take the second question. Yes, we can have failures, but how we get data on our dashboard, the data comes in a difference of 10 seconds. So if the live emissions misses data, we'll be able to notice that. But also we have HiveMQ. On HiveMQ, you can see the data as it comes in. So if there's a failure between the data we are getting on HiveMQ and on our sensor, on our dashboard, we'll still see the data on HiveMQ. And then the MCU itself sends data at the same interval in an interval of 10 seconds. So the data that's appearing on HiveMQ should be showing data after every 10 seconds.
Any other questions? Comments? Thank you, Carbon Track. We'll move on to the next group. My Haki can come on stage.
It was supposed to be a peaceful protest.
But for Brian, a 23-year-old university student, it ended up in a police cell. 5 months later, he's still in remand cell with no hearing, no lawyer, and no hope. His sister travels miles, filling tedious forms, but the system remains silent. Across Kenya, 41% of prison population are filled with people like Brian, but only 10% of them get access to free legal aid services. Meanwhile, Lois, a young lawyer, has volunteered to provide pro bono services. She's among the 88% of Kenyan lawyers willing to offer these services, but only 35.3% of them get access to their clients, and this access is by word of mouth or referrals only. At the Law Society of Kenya, Ernest, an administrator, struggles to match willing lawyers like Lois to desperate clients like Brian. The Constitution of Kenya and the Legal Aid Act 2016 promises Kenyans free legal aid, but in reality, this promise never arrives. So we ask ourselves, how might we streamline access to free legal aid services so that lawyers and institutions can provide effective legal support to pretrial detainees?
Imagine Brian's sister being able to get tailored advocacy for her brother from the comfort of her own home. A lawyer Lois being able to pick up cases from the tip of her finger. That is what we bring. Meet MyHaki, an agentic AI-based platform that connects pretrial detainees with lawyers. Not only it connects these two individuals, it also allows the Law Society of Kenya to be able to track the cases that has been picked up by lawyers. It also allows them to reward them with continuous professional development points, also known as CPDs. Let me take you through the journey of Brian's sister on our platform. So Brian's sister, she comes to our platform in order to fill the form that we have picked up from the Law Society of Kenya. This form comes into 2 languages, which is English and Kiswahili, where we have integrated the Translate Plus API so that whenever a case is submitted to our system, it will be translated to English. From this form, we majorly pick up 3 informations, which is the detainee's personal information, the type of cases that they're involved in, the police station that they're detained in, and the trial date, and also the financial information of the detainee, which in turn helps our agents to be able to classify and prioritize cases. Once a case is submitted, that is when it will go to our agent.
When the case is submitted to our agent, unlike traditional process, where lawyers have to go through each case manually deciding which one is urgent, what category it falls under, and what kind of attention it needs, MyHaki agent changed that. It doesn't just store it, it reads and understands it using natural language processing. It analyzes the case description, identifies the type of legal issue, and classifies into categories criminal, family, or civil, and also prioritizes it based on urgency and context. Then, using retrieval augmented generation and PG vector embeddings, our agent resonates the case using Kenyan legal data. We retrieve embeddings from our vector DB to find semantically similar cases and also reference relevant context before generating insights. And also our embedding models like LegalBert are improved on Kenyan case law and legal patterns, which helps it understand our local legal language, structure, and precedents. This helps it reason contextually, meaning it doesn't just rely on keywords, but truly understand the case context. Based on that understanding, our agent generates and summarizes insights like case type, priority level, and key details. This allows lawyers and admin Ernest to focus their attention on what matters the most, instead of spending hours sorting through data. That's how MyHaki agent changes confusion into clarity by providing urgency level and classified cases.
Once MyHaki API receives the classified case type and urgency level, our system automatically assigns the case to the lawyer to avoid the manual allocation using salary worker. The salary worker takes the police station location and the case type, then it uses location IQ data and haversime formula to calculate the distance between the station location and the available lawyers. So based on this distance, it assigns to the nearest lawyer who can handle that case. Then lawyer Lois will be coming to our platform to see her assigned case. These are the list of cases that have been assigned to her. For the new cases, she can see the detail of the case. If she rejects the case, or if she doesn't respond within 24 hours, our sister will reassign it to another lawyer. But if she accepts the case, Brian's sister will be notified based on our updates. And this is how Lois updates Brian's sister. Yeah. Once the case reaches in the completed stage, it needs to be confirmed by the applicant side too, so that Lois will be rewarded with 1 CPD point, and she can track her total CPD point too, from which she has earned. This is how she closed the case.
And that's not all. Within the Law Society of Kenya, Ernest has to spare time to pick up calls from families requesting for legal aid service, manually look for lawyers near police stations where the detainees are held, assign them those cases in our WhatsApp group, and send them follow-up emails with the case details. And just like any other lawyer, he still has his own cases to handle within 8 hours of work a day. It's a chaotic, repetitive, and time-consuming task. With MyHaki, Ernest doesn't have to worry about any of that. He will simply visit our dashboard and be able to see the overall case progress, different case type analytics informed by our AI agent, real-time case updates as made by lawyers on the app, case trends and lawyer performance monthly and annually. He will track all CPD points lawyers earn, helping him prepare their annual certificates. This way, LSK doesn't have to manage the process anymore. MyHaki is doing it. They will simply lead it, monitor it, and measure its success.
Overall, MyHaki will change the face of the justice system, not by merely connecting individuals to lawyers, but by its intelligent AI case specialization matching. Be it criminal hearings or civil procedures, it drastically increases the winning chance of our detainee by connecting them to tailored advocacy. MyHaki is the ultimate solution for a fair, more efficient justice system, bringing the smile back to the face of the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So I can imagine like Brian is still somewhere in Central Police waiting for his sister. So how long do you estimate would take for Brian to be released?
Actually, it depends on the type of case that Brian is involved in. What we are currently involved in is the process of getting him the proper help that he needs. So we are planning to get this help within 24 hours. So our system will be able to assign lawyers within a 24-hour interval. And if a lawyer does not respond within those 24 hours, it will reassign to other lawyers. This process will happen 3 times. On the 3rd time, if a case is rejected or no lawyer accepts it, it will be directed to the Law Society of Kenya, and we will be able to give the applicants the details of the Law Society of Kenya so that they will be able to contact them.
And go on.
To add on that, if the assigned case to a lawyer is rejected by the lawyer, the case will be reassigned, which means it doesn't have to stay for more. Directly after it has been rejected, it will be assigned to a different lawyer.
Great. And what options does Brian have if his sister is not around, or and he doesn't have a phone? Like, what other options does he have?
Okay, currently we are considering anyone who is willing to help Brian. It doesn't necessarily have to be his sister. Anyone who is first thinking to Brian can be able to apply on our platform and get him the necessary help that he needs.
Can the police help Brian?
If they're willing, they can use our platform and they can help him. Okay, that's okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for the demo. I wanted to learn more about how you're matching the lawyers to the cases. I think you mentioned that there's a model that's trained on Kenyan case law. I assume this also means that you have to have some information about the lawyers and their areas of expertise. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, to that question, let me answer it. After the agent responds the classified case in the urgency level, we use salary, and the salary takes those inputs, those responses as input, and it finds the nearest lawyer who specialized on that case and based on location. So it assigns automatically, or if the case is rejected or if it doesn't confirm within 24 hours, it will reassign to another lawyer. So that's our salary working auto assigning.
To add on that, the lawyers that are in our system, from the permission of LSK, we got them from their official website. So the lawyers that exist in our database, they are verified with where they work, the kind of category of law they work for, and if they are active or not. And so whenever a lawyer logs into our system, they have to verify first. We match between the information we have in our database with the one they are presenting as they log into our system to make sure that every lawyer is a verified lawyer from LSK.
To add on that, and also our agent is trained or improved on Kenyan case law and legal patterns, which means it will be easy to classify or to give the urgency level using Kenyan legal data sets. It understands the legal process and Kenyan legal process and Kenyan legal data.
Thank you. And one more question was about the app you were demoing. Is that a native Android app that you built, or is it through a web app? Is it an app that, let's say, Brian's sister would have to install in order to request assistance?
Yeah, we have an app for the lawyers and for the applicants, and also we have a dashboard for LSK to manage every case.
To add on that, the app is in Play Store. It's an Android app in Google Play Store, and the web app is a website.
My first question determines the rest. So I saw there's something called, you say that these lawyers are working pro bono and they earn something called CPD points. What are those?
So CPD points are continuous professional development points, which are points that lawyers are supposed to get at least 5 points for them to continue with their career by the next year. By the end of each year, they are given certificates, and if you have earned 5 points, then you are able to continue practicing the next year. So they need these CPD points, and we implemented it in our app so that it can help motivate them to provide these pro bono services.
Okay, thank you. And then sometimes it takes years for cases to get closed. So what makes a lawyer can decide this case will get me X amount of CPDs, and these cases will take me longer. For example, land cases, criminal cases take years in the court system. So how do you make sure that a lawyer doesn't technically beat the system and just take cases that are low-hanging and just close them just to close them?
Okay, let me take that question. So we have recently done our usability testing. So the amount of CPD points that a lawyer will earn from a certain case will be determined by the LSK. They're currently on discussion about it. And also, a lawyer, whenever a lawyer completes a case, it needs to be confirmed by the applicant that that case has been completed, so that the lawyer will be rewarded with that CPD points. So just because a lawyer closed a case or completed a case, they don't necessarily get that CPD point unless it's confirmed by the applicant side as well.
Okay, makes sense. Then sometimes there are some really sensitive legal cases. So let's say one lawyer picked something and maybe it needed to be transferred to someone else. How do you protect the people who you're trying to help? Let me see. Yeah.
I'll answer that. First of all, for the data protection, in our system, we have ensured that it's user role-based access, so that each lawyer only accesses the cases that they are working on, and each family only sees the case that they have submitted and the progress that is working. And on the LSK dashboard,
Questions from the audience?
So maybe you have answered this in a mistake. Is there any other way Brian's sister can submit query to the platform apart from using the
Currently, there is no other way. We implemented just the Android app where she can submit that case. But if we reach to version 2, maybe we can implement an SMS-based way or a USSD-based way that's simpler.
Is there a way she gets an update on the progress?
Yes, once a lawyer uptakes a case, he's supposed to update it according to its stages, trial and all the stages of the case until completion. And when he updates it on the app of the applicant, they also get those updates. They see the stages up to when it's completed.
To add on that, when we were doing our research, we found out that currently the way they apply for case legal aid services, they use paper, like they fill an application form. So for us, our main aim was to make it simpler, digitize it, and make it accessible to everyone from every part of the country.
I have a follow-up question on the location. I saw that you were inserting the police station that this person is in. Assuming the general audience might not be as educated as you and might not know how to spell, I saw you are inputting the stations manually. How sure are you that a station that is named the same in Nairobi is the same as the one that's named in Mombasa? How do you validate that?
Okay. Currently, we are relying on our users to actually know the police stations that they're going to put in. But on the coming versions, if we are to build on it, we will add them as a list so that our users will be able to choose.
Also for understanding, we've implemented the Swahili and English version, so our users who are not able to understand English are able to fill the form in Swahili version, where it will go to our system through the Translate API to be translated back to English so that we do the case matching.
Sorry?
Yeah, thank you. My question is, how do you validate the quality of the cases that are forwarded to the advocates?
The accuracy of the cases?
The quality, yeah, the quality of the cases.
Okay. So when we train our model to check the accuracy and the performance, we use root mean square error. So when we check, it's automatically, like most generally, the value of root mean square error from 0.1 and 0.2 is more average and preferable. And after training our model and giving query from our database, VectorDB, and giving the Kenyan dataset of cases, it gave us 0.192 accuracy level, root mean square error, which means it is more accurate and available. The second, to check whether it's overfitting or also it's giving repeated information, we conducted usability test. While we were doing our usability test, we took external dataset from LSK and group of lawyers, and we sent a query to our agent. And the feedback, the response it gave us, the classified case and urgency level, was more relevant and reliable for us to use the agent.
Okay, thank you. Then another question is, how do you ensure that there is an overload to the advocate that are working on the case? How do you measure? Is there a limit to each advocate in terms of the number of cases that they can handle? Number two, the escalation matrix. How do you ensure, or how will Brian, for example, ensure that his case doesn't stay with the one advocate maybe for 2 days, 4 days? Is there a way the system can be able to escalate to the next advocate, or is there a way the system can be able to, someone can be able to evaluate whether that case was actioned or not, and within what timeline?
To answer that, the first question where you asked if a lawyer can be overloaded with cases, in our system, it's implemented that a lawyer can only have up to 3 cases that are active, and when it reaches to the fourth part, it assigns it to the next lawyer who does not have 3 cases that are active.
for the second question, she has mentioned our system uses several workers in order to assign lawyers automatically. So once a case has not been accepted by a lawyer for more than 24 hours, as soon as it hits the 24-hour limit, our system automatically reassigns to another lawyer. So that is how we ensure that a case is actually accepted within a 24-hour span.
Okay, thank you. And at the point of reassignment, is there a way Brian can be notified? Or the person who lodged the case can be notified? And also at the same time, the advocate assigned to can also be notified. Maybe they don't have to log into have the internet on through SMS. Is there a chance that they can be notified that way?
Currently, we have not implemented that, but whenever a case is accepted by a lawyer, the applicant will be notified that their case has been accepted. But for the reassignment, we have not implemented it.
Okay, thank you. The last one will be at the end, at the closure. Is there a way Brian will be given a chance to maybe conduct is it a feedback survey as a basis of evaluating the CPD points that are supposed to be allocated to the advocates, or it is just automatic that once the advocate completes the case, they automatically earns the CPD points?
Like you said, after a lawyer closes a case, it has to be confirmed on the applicant's side so that he may earn CPD points. In this way, lawyers cannot just close cases and earn CPD points. They have to be validated by the applicant.
Maybe just to clarify, how does the applicant verify this closure of these cases? Like, an example is, let's say, it can come in the form of, were you satisfied with this maybe service? Is there like a questionnaire that they are be required to fill to ensure that they are satisfied, like they're okay with the service that they have received, to facilitate closure of that case?
Currently, the applicant just clicks that they click a confirm button that specifies that this case really has been completed. So once a lawyer has completed a case, on the applicant's side, it's seen that the case has been completed, and now the applicant just has to click confirm. But we can implement better ways to give feedback.
Okay, thank you. Good work.
Thank you. Any other comments, feedback from the audience? Thank you, Maihaki. We'll have the next group, Kuku Connect. Please come on stage. We'll have one other group and then we'll take a 10-minute break, 10 to 15 minutes.
The fear that by the morning the cold will have claimed another bird. The fear that the heat will trigger heart attack in broilers and reduce her productivity. The fear that her flocks, her livelihoods wouldn't survive the night. This isn't just inconvenience. This is thermal stress, a silent killer in poultry farming. It's not just heat, it's cold, it's unpredictability. It's a climate change knocking on the doors of every chicken coop in Kenya. This is not a future problem. This is what's happening right now, and it's costing lives, livelihood, and food security. Numbers from our research paint a concerning picture of this, where we have seen that 25% increase in the mortality rate of poultry, over the past 5 years. 20% drop in the productivity of egg and broilers, which is a threat to food supply. This naturally leads to 6-7% price increase of the poultry products, which also stains a household budget. And most alarmingly, this is affecting about 70% of farmers, whereby many of them are enforced to sleep in the chicken coop to protect their flocks. These all are not just the numbers. This is the voice of Patricia and thousands of farmers like her calling for a change.
Given all that, the challenge at hand was to find effective strategies to reduce thermal stress in chickens, which is crucial for boosting the farmers' profits and promoting sustainable poultry farming across Kenya. Building from that challenge, our research uncovered the realities of Kenyan poultry farmers. Thermal stress emerges as a silent but critical issue impacting both the health of chickens and the livelihoods of farmers. However, despite its severity, farmers still use manual old-age methods to cope, like checking the coop temperature by physical sensation, using thermometers, and continuously checking up on the coop. Looking at the images, we can see the impact of thermal stress on chickens, starting from the physical appearance, whereby the feathers start getting off, and then the egg size difference, where the eggs become smaller, meaning that the farmer cannot take them to market, and then leading to significant losses. Then lastly are the blue dust that farmers use in cases of cold stress, so as to increase the temperature in the coop, which is another cost for the farmers, and also uses charcoal, which is not healthy for the chickens. All these persistent struggles highlight the urgent need of a smarter strategy to help farmers work through these challenges. Answering that urgent call, we built codeConnect, an IoT-based system that continuously monitors the temperature and humidity within a coop, and then automatically adjusts the conditions by either activating a fan or a heater. Let's go through the journey of a farmer using codeConnect. Farmers get their devices from an agrovet who registered them and informed them on how to use and install the device. The device has 3 major components: the heating system, which is the infrared light, the cooling system, which is the fan, and the SP32 microcontroller, which works together with relay modules, and the DHT22 sensor that measures the temperature and humidity. This is how it all goes. The sensors take off by measuring the temperature and humidity within the coop. They send the data to the microcontroller, which processes the information and decides which signal to send to the relay modules, whether to activate a fan, a heater, or nothing at all. It does not just end there. The same data sent to the microcontroller is also sent to our subscriber, the FMQ, which is then transferred to codeConnect API, allowing farmers to see the data on their screens wherever they are, whenever they want.
codeConnect is not just a tool, it's a promise that Patricia will not choose between her sleep and her chicken survival. With codeConnect, farmers gain peace of mind, increase their profit, and most importantly, it ensures chickens' well-being. I invite you to the coop to see codeConnect in action. You can reach from there. So we have the heater, the fan, the temperature sensor, and the device that has the MCU, the LED, and the relay modules. All these devices are placed in strategic position to ensure they work effectively. And also, the temperature sensor is placed near the ground for it to measure the temperatures within the chicken. So, the optimum temperature for chickens depend on their age. And for that, we have a guide for in our platform where the farmer can view their ages and also see the optimum temperature. In our case, these chicks are 5 weeks old, so the optimum temperature is within a range of 24 to 27 degrees Celsius. So when the temperature drops below 24, the heater will be activated to warm the coop, and when it goes beyond 27, the fan will be activated to cool the coop. And when it is within the range, nothing will be on, meaning the temperature is at its optimum. At the moment, so you can view the temperature from here, and also you can view from the left. So at the moment, the temperature is below 24. That's why the heater is on. So I'm going to simulate temperature increase so that you can see the other conditions. You can. Yeah, so the temperature has increased. It is within the range, that's why nothing is on. And I've removed the heater so that it cannot be controlled by our device. At the moment, the temperature has increased beyond 27. That's why the fan is on. You can look from the other side. It is.
The fan and the heater, they cannot be on at the same time, but to stimulate the other conditions so that we can see that the system actually works, that's why we disconnect our fan from our device so that it cannot be controlled and we can see the other condition of how it works. And the data that is displaying here, it displays after every 10 seconds in the dashboard.
That was a great demo. Judges.
Thanks for that. It was very good to see and impressive how the box is branded even. How did you guys get the branded box? I'm curious.
We have built it.
You built it, nice.
Yeah.
I saw the app is also tracking humidity. Is that data that you use in any way, or does it have any relevance to it? Does it affect the outcomes for the chicken?
Let me take that question. So, temperature and humidity has a relationship. When the temperature increases, the humidity decreases. And for now, our devices is controlled by the temperature only. So.
And then I saw there was a history tab, but I didn't want, in case it does anything to the demo, I didn't want to tap on it. Does it show you over time how much energy, for example, is being spent on heating or cooling? Because I imagine, for example, if you're spending a lot on cooling, maybe you want to move the coop to somewhere where it's warmer or build more insulation to reduce the total energy consumption over time. So in addition to the temperature history, does it give you history about the time spent with the heater on or the cooler on?
No. We are only giving the history for temperature only per day. Yeah.
To add on top of it, we designed the chicken coop like this. It is to reflect how in real world it looks like, because the farmers use the old strategies, like they will have the curtains so that they can open and close, and that's why it is open. But also for the other question that you have asked about the temperature.
About the history of how much time the heater was on or how much time the cooler was on?
No, it just automatically adjusts. It doesn't give us for this version that we did. We don't have that data. It only adjusts if it is below the optimum temperature that's set. It will automatically turn on the heaters, the infrared heater, so that it can heat the room. And if it is above that, it will just turn on the fan so that always it keeps it in the optimum level and for the chicken's house.
And one last question I had was about the total power consumption of not just the monitor but also the heater and the cooler. Is it something that can potentially be run from, say, a car battery if you don't have access to the grid? Is it something you've measured how much energy it uses overall?
No, we have not done that, but our system is both compatible with, apart from electricity, it can also use solar and also batteries.
Nice, thank you. Very impressive.
Thank you. Are there other solutions that are similar to this in the market? Have you seen other solutions that are similar to this?
No.
Okay, we have done the research, and mostly in the countries like India are they are like in different ways. There is a way that they do, but from our research in Kenya and so what we did, mostly the ones that they only have the IR heater and they can't even like control it. They have to send the temperature manually, and that's not how the chicks and the human beings, we need different temperatures, and it's not efficient.
Do you think you could have used probably some aspect of AI to advise the farmer? So if the eggs are smaller, can your setup or your system advise the farmer on what to change, what to improve, what kind of feed to give the chicks and all that, or is it just on the? Okay.
We are thinking for our next version, we use AI for that case, and also for for now we are informing the farmers if your chicken is 2 weeks old, this is the temperature that's needed, and they can remotely adjust using the PWA. They can adjust, and the system can work based on that. But for the future version, we are even thinking for our platform to know the age of the chicks and to adjust by that way also.
So currently the farmer is entering the data manually, right?
The age of the chicks.
Yeah. And what about like things like the breed? I assume like different breeds of chicken have different requirements.
We have not captured the breed. We only use the age of the chicken. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mine will be amazing setup. Mine will be one on your architecture and one on the shed. On the shed, I noticed that while you when the lamp was on, humidity went to 100%. And I know you mentioned earlier that temperature and humidity are related, but what was the mathematics behind it, given that I don't think such a small change would lead to a huge jump in the humidity?
Okay, for the humidity, it was not in our case, in our problem when we went to the field, but the sensors that we are using for the DHC22 sensors for the accuracy of the data that we get from them, and it also senses both humidity and temperature. That's why we are displaying, and also high humidity shows because we heat and it's just randomly reached there, but always when it is high, it indicates that it is heat stress, and that's why the fan is on. And now when the fan is on, it is actually controlled by the upper side of it.
Okay. Then now on the architecture, please go to the slide. Yes, you're also using HiveMQ, and I'd like to know the reasoning behind it. Why not other services such as Mosquito, and the pros and cons, and why did you decide on this?
So HiveMQ is high reliable because you are sending the live data after every 10 seconds. That's why we choose to use HiveMQ, because it is efficient and reliable.
Did you consider the rest? Why not? What alternatives did you have apart from HiveMQ?
We have the Mosquito, but we choose HiveMQ because we are displaying live data after every 10 seconds. And yeah.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Questions from the audience?
Does chicken sleep when lights are on? Well, I don't, so I wanted to just understand that. And if not, what's the ripple effect of now lights being on that is emitting the heat? Are there other issues that will come up where you are looking to control the heat, but then by virtue of controlling the heat, you are bringing light that might stress the chicken, leading to negative effect? So maybe clarify that.
So the heater only lights when the temperature is below the optimum. So most of the time it doesn't light at all time. So when the temperature is at its optimum, it goes off. So I don't think.
To add on it, for us, we have tested the system that it actually works for the whole month. Like now they are being 5 weeks. We got them when they are 1 week old, and the temperature at that time, it was like at night, it was like 60 degrees Celsius. It was very cold, but they were like when we look at them, they are sleeping. Actually, we didn't look at us.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kuku Connect. We'll have one last group and then we'll take a short break. FeedLink, welcome on stage.
Food waste is one of the main sources of methane, a greenhouse gas that is 25 times more harmful than carbon dioxide. In Kenya, a large amount of food, both edible and inedible, gets thrown away from restaurants, supermarkets, and organizations. This thrown away food, they don't magically disappear, they end up filling the landfills, in which when this food decomposes without oxygen, they create methane that is hurting both our environment and community. This made us question ourselves, where is this wastage occurring the most? And according to SDG, we found out a larger percentage, that is 19%, is happening on the consumer level, which even made us to dig a little bit more deeper to find out that 60% of Nairobi's landfill is made up of food waste, causing 70% of greenhouse gas, which is very sad because only 5 to 10% is being consumed or recycled.
All this led us to ask ourselves, how might we establish a coordinated system that effectively channels surplus food from supermarkets for sale, while also connecting waste producers to recycling channels to minimize environmental impact. To understand our problem, we conducted research. And from our research, Kenya is losing 72 billion each year due to food wastage, and supermarkets accounts for 12%. A single supermarket like Naivas loses 11 million each year due to food wastage, which is a huge economic loss from food that can still be sold and eaten or recycled, but instead it ends on the landfill. We also conducted research with consumers, and 92% of consumers confirmed they are willing to buy this food if it's safe and from a trusted source. And all this confirmed that the problem is not about food simply going bad, but rather broken channels.
To address this, we built FeedLink, a platform that connects those waste producers like supermarkets with both buyers and recyclers to ensure that this near-expiry food is either distributed or recycled efficiently instead of ending up on the landfill. Let me walk you through how FeedLink works behind the scene. Amina, a manager at Naivas, uses web app for uploading her products either manually or using CSV. She can also view the requests from both buyers and recyclers, and also she can track the impact on the environment using this web app. On the other hand, John, a university student, uses mobile app for browsing the edible items that are nearby him using the location that is integrated with Location IQ API. Then he can order and pay using M-Pesa. And Wanjuku, a pig farmer, also uses mobile app for browsing the inedible items that are nearby her. Then she claims that she's not paying for this already expired food. Then FeedLink API is acting as a main communication bridge between the mobile, the web, and the FeedLink database. FeedLink database is storing everything.
Amina from Naivas tracks her progress on the dashboard through key metrics such as how much food she prevents from reaching the landfills, how much carbon emissions she prevents from reaching the environment, and how much revenue she earns by selling the near expiry food at discounted prices. As she uploads the items, she has to specify whether the items are edible or inedible. Any edible items will automatically update John's mobile interface, while the inedible items update Wanjiko's mobile interface. She also has to add item details such as the category, description, the quantity, and the discounted prices for the near expiry items. Once Wanjiko makes a waste claim, Amina is able to track all her waste claims from the dashboard, and once John purchases an item, she is able to track all his orders from the dashboard.
With FeedLink, we're not only reducing food waste, but driving towards achieving SDG 12, that is promoting responsible consumption. By using this platform, we can all collaborate into a circular economy where we can create a sustainable future.
Let's take you through on the journey of FeedLink mobile app users. When John, the university student, wants to purchase an item, he goes to the FeedLink app where he will be seeing all the items that have been listed by Naiva supermarket. He can filter out based on the categories: food, drinks, and dairy. When he wants to buy, he clicks on the item. He either adds or reduces the item. He adds to cart. He can either proceed to checkout or continue to shop. So in this case, I'm proceeding to checkout. I choose my payment. I put my phone number. Once I confirm, I will be prompted to pay. Once I put my PIN and confirm with the payment, I will receive a notification that says payment is confirmed with my pickup PIN. This pickup PIN will allow me to go to the supermarket and pick up my items, which I will also be seeing this PIN on my order history.
On the other hand, we have Wanjiko, who is looking for food to feed her pigs, and she's able to see all the items that have been listed. Once she clicks on an item, she's able to view all the item details, and she can choose to claim the item. Once the item is claimed, she will be notified that the claim was successful, and the item will not be accessible to other recyclers. And then any claimed items, they will be added to her collection, where each collection has a timer that notifies her how much time is left before she can pick up the item. And all her collections are then added to her collection history, where she's able to see also her previous collections. Once Wanjiko picks up her item from Amina, the cycle is complete, ensuring that there is minimal food that ends up in landfills and supporting responsible waste management. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So what would be the difference between this and like a normal, say, assuming Naivas has a supermarket app, what would be the difference between this and that? So can't they just add a category for recyclable or expiring products or whatever, and use their app instead of using yours?
So what our app is providing is, we use Naivas as an example, but our app will be having items that are from other different supermarkets also. So and to add on that, we are also providing items like the wastes for recyclers. So it's a two-in-one kind of app. So it's a win-win for both.
Yeah. To add on that, the difference between when Naivas could add the recycler is, in our application, not only Naivas can, but any supermarkets can upload their near expired products, which means anyone could be available to different supermarkets. Plus, since we are using location IQ as well, the nearest ones would be available to the user, which means it would be saved from being wasted from the supermarkets. So since we are including lots of supermarkets that are nearby, that would make it different.
Okay, thank you.
When Brian orders, let's say he's ordered from 3 supermarkets, he has to physically go to these supermarkets and pick them up. Yeah?
Yes.
How feasible is that? And also, what prevents Brian and Madrin from ordering the same item and getting a pickup? Because I noticed the pickup code comes before the payment.
Okay, first, to clarify on the pickup, it's because we were prompting each other, so my prompt went before hers could come. That's why you saw the pickup pin before the payment happens. And then for the pickup will help the buyer and the supermarket know which items belong to who. And also, as the supermarket uploads item, they have to specify a quantity. So when we have purchased an item, if they are out of stock, I will be notified that the item is no longer available, so we cannot order the same item.
Plus, to add on it, since we have a pickup window where the producer, when they upload, and if I, as a buyer, claims that item, it will be on hold, which means it would not be available to others. That would differentiate when others could not buy what I have ordered.
Then I understand the ordering, because I saw that from Wanjiku's point of view, which was really cool. You've connected to Daraja API. Are there any other APIs you've considered?
For the payment, we used Daraja because it's the one we normally use here in school when we are doing the development.
Okay.
To add on that, not only in this school, but mostly Kenyan population uses M-Pesa for payment. So considering that, that's why we used M-Pesa.
Thanks for the demo. One thing I noticed is you'll be gathering data over time about what food is going to waste, like what stages it goes through from near expiry, the edible ones, to expiry. Do you give that data back to the supermarket so that they can maybe use it in their planning, their forecasting, so that they avoid having a lot of food waste in the first place? Is that a direction you explore?
So in our dashboard, we have soon to be expired and expired goods. So on our dashboard also, when an item expires, they have the ability to turn it into an inedible good. So,
and also to add on it, on our next stage, if we continue the project, we're planning to be using AI so that we can do the demand forecasting, like items which are not bought that reach to expiry we can give the data to the producers so that they can buy less of it, or like we give them ways to mitigate the wastage instead of buying the same items over and over. Yes.
Thanks.
Questions from the audience?
Thanks for the presentation. So a quick question. Is it possible to integrate with other services? So instead of the pig farmer going to pick from the different points, have you thought about integrating with maybe delivery services or maybe other services that can help in delivering whatever people have ordered?
Yeah, for our first version, we are implementing they have to go to the supermarket to pick it up, but maybe we can consider it on the version 2, on our version 2 for the deliveries.
Okay, that's a very good presentation. I just have like a couple of questions. So the first one is like looking at I think there was something about the supply chain somewhere. Mm-hmm. I did not get the exact, the entire presentation about the supply chain, but looking at, looking at most of the business models for these supermarkets and stuff, they sell on behalf of the producers or the suppliers of these goods. So if there's an expired or something that has not sold off the shelf, it's most of the time it goes back to the supplier or something of the sort. So I don't know if you've thought about that as opposed to adding more functionalities or work onto the managers of these supermarkets, considering they're quite busy, they have to deal with a lot of products. And then the second one is when you look at the landfill, or I would say the recycling industry in Kenya, it's a multi-million shilling industry on its own. When you visit landfills like Dandora or something of the sort, you'll get to see that there are other players, not just the supermarkets or the producers of this. So you'll find that there are individuals who are actually mandated to come and collect these expired goods or things that are considered as waste, and then they can go and dispose. So is that something that you have also had a look at? And if you have, how do you see yourselves plugging into, I'll call it quote unquote the last mile? Because I wouldn't expect people in Dandora to have, let's say, a smartphone and be able to make these orders online or be able to log in to the platform as compared to them seeing the truck coming and being able to go and sift through these products and make them purchase at that given point.
I'll take that question. For that question, since there are like different people that are mandated to take the wastes, of course, but what we focused on is the food waste, which means it's not combined with other waste as well. So that's why we focused on the pig farmers, which they need the food one, not the others which are contaminated or mixed with the others. So we're focusing on the reducing the food waste, and yeah, that's one of the reasons. So the pig farmer, for example, the recycler would directly take it. He doesn't have to sort it out or go other processes so that they can use it, but instead use directly the food itself.
And to add on that, most food that is collected in the landfills is taken to recyclers, maybe for biogas, but you find that most of the time this food is already contaminated, and as we were conducting our research, we found out that they don't really use the food that is contaminated, and our main aim is to prevent it from reaching in the landfills in the first place.
Okay. Actually, my question was similar because I was going to ask if you considered places like the large markets, because I think they also, by the time food gets to them, sometimes it's already, some of it is already gone bad. So I don't know if you considered that, and if one of the reasons you've given was one of the reasons you didn't go with the, let's say like the raw market or any of the larger, some markets are a bit organized, so maybe the food is, I don't know, not as contaminated, but I don't know if you considered that as well.
We considered markets too, but on our first stage, we decided to go with supermarkets first, and then as we evolve, we can add even markets or other stakeholders. But on the first, we decided to go with supermarkets, and also on the side of the farmers. When we conducted research, the problem was this food, once it hits the landfill, it's mixed with other maybe plastics and other waste, so they needed it before it becomes mixed. So that's why we thought they can just pick it to the supermarket before the supermarkets give it to the waste collectors. Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Thank you, Feedlink. We'll now have a 11-minute break. So feel free to refill, grab something to drink, something to eat, interact, network. Yeah, we'll have an 11-minute break.
Cover.
2.
Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2.
1 2. Check 1 2.
1 2. Check 1 2. Hey, msanii. Check 1 2. 1 2.
Check 1 2. 1 2.
Check 1. Can you do one more round from Dan? Check 1 2. 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Check.
1 2.
Check 1 2.
Check.
1 2. Check 1 2. We'll 3 more minutes and then we can all come back. Get your food. What's the next step?
Check. Check 1 2. Mic testing. Check 1 2.
1 2.
Check 1 2. Check. Hey. Check 1 2.
2 more minutes. All students preaching should be in position. All students preaching should be Rekos, are you all set? One more minute. Thirty seconds. All right, I think we're all back. I think we can begin with the next group. Rekos, are you ready? All right, come on stage. Take your mics. Switch it on. We'll give them a couple minutes as they figure out the technical aspect. Every day, thousands of job seekers polish their resumes, hoping to stand out in today's overcrowded job market. Their resumes look impressive, with certifications from known institutions, with glowing achievements. But what you don't understand is behind these many words in these resumes lies a different reality, skills that don't quite meet the claims. Research shows that only 4.1% of candidates end up being an excellent match after hiring, with 35.9% being a poor match. To add on that, 7 out of 10 job seekers admit to exaggerating on their resumes. Now imagine shortlist, a recruitment company that has been entrusted by leading organizations and companies across Africa. Their reputation depends on one thing, sending the right candidate to their clients. Today, Purity, a recruiter at Shortlist, has been tasked to recruit for an architect role for a company called Nova Constructions. Despite Purity's expertise, she increasingly finds it difficult to distinguish between who truly qualifies for that role and who only looks good on paper.
This led us to ask ourselves, how might we ensure recruiters accurately identify and hire candidates whose skills truly align with the employer needs? To address this challenge, we came up with Recos. Recos is an AI-powered recruitment assistant that provides recruiters with data-driven insights. These insights helps reduce skills mismatch and also increase hiring accuracy by enabling recruiters find the right candidates for the jobs. Let me take you through the overview of how Recos works. Recos works with recruiters who use Odoo HR ecosystem, which is an application tracking system where recruiters post jobs and candidates apply through the same platform. In addition to that, Recos works with different Google services. It uses Google Calendar API for scheduling interviews between recruiters and candidates. It uses Google Speech to Text for audio transcription during the interview, and Google Meet add-on to provide the interface where the recruiters can view follow-up questions in real time. Moreover, Recos uses Gemini LLM for generating follow-up questions in real time, and also to analyze candidate performance to generate a report that supports recruiters' decision.
Now, let's explore Purity's experience with Recos and how Recos seamlessly connects with various platforms to enhance the recruitment process. Before Recos can access any data from Odoo, it must authenticate by sending Purity's database name, user email, and API key. And if the credentials are valid, a company is created for Purity on Recos. Then Recos can get the job posters and candidates under that company. After getting the job posters, each job description passes through the AI model to generate a concise job summary, helping Purity to grab requirements and key details faster. Similarly, candidate CVs are analyzed using the AI model to produce a concise skills and experiences summary, enabling Purity to understand each candidate profile without reading long documents.
Next, let's walk through how Recos makes the interview process smarter and efficient for recruiters like Purity. Purity starts by scheduling an interview directly from Recos, where the Recos bot automatically. Now we are going to do the live interview between Purity and Angela, who is the candidate, to see how Recos works in action.
Hi Angela, how are you doing?
Hello Purity, I'm okay, how are you?
I'm okay. Just gonna take a minute and wait for the bot to join. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Purity. I'm a recruiter here at Shortlist, and currently we are recruiting for a position for an architect, and thank you for expressing your interest in this position. So kindly tell me a little bit about yourself.
So my name is Angela Katola Anjala. I'm a professional architect with 2 years of practical experience, currently pursuing my Bachelor of Architecture degree at Technical University of Kenya. Over the past couple of years, I've been involved in delivering architectural solutions for projects with significant budgets, where I handle everything from design, development to ensuring compliance with regulations and managing project execution. I have used industry tools such as Revit, SketchUp, and AutoCAD.
Thank you, Angela. You've mentioned that you've had like a couple of years of experience. Would you tell me more about that, please?
Yeah, I've worked in different projects where I was leading in designing for different clients and also handling the budget for all the designs.
Thank you so much, Angela. We'll get back to you. So You might be wondering what was going on during the interview. The Records bot joins the interview with an aim to listen and stream live audio to our Records Google Meet add-on. From the Google Meet add-on, the audio is transcribed using the Google Speech to text, and these transcriptions are then fed to our AI model. From the AI model, it performs several tasks. One, it understands the context of the conversation, not just the words, but the flow and the intent of the interview. Using this context, the AI then generates semantic analysis about what goes on in the interview. It also goes on to identify key themes and highlight keywords. It doesn't stop there. It goes ahead to give follow-up questions that recruiters like Purity can use to probe candidate skills and get clarification on statements. After that, everything comes together in a structured report.
This report includes the candidate's strengths, weakness, and key skills of the candidate, and this helps Purity to understand how fit the candidate to that role, and also it provides an AI-based recommendation on how fit the candidates and whether they should be hired or not, and this helps Purity to make faster and more confident decisions on hiring the candidate.
With Records, Purity is able to see beyond the resume of Angela. She's able to distinguish if Angela truly qualifies for that role or Angela only looks good on paper. Records is building a future where every hire is the right hire. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was a very ambitious and impressive demo. You mentioned that the AI will screen CVs and extract insights from them. I know this is an area that people have faced a lot of issues with over the years. There are some hacks people do, like putting text that's in white, that's not readable to a human, but the computer reads it, and you can do, prompt injection using that. How do you mitigate those kind of issues in your solution?
So on Records, the candidates that we get are it's integrated since it's integrated with Odoo. The CVs are coming from Odoo. In Odoo, it uses ATAs to screen CVs. So the stage we are getting the candidates are where the CV is analyzed or passed through an ATS. That means it has already been it's a good CV that comes to the AI model, and we use the prompt to generate the experience and skills summary, so that it gives the recruiter what the candidate's skills are and the experience they have.
Thanks. Yeah, that makes sense to let Odoo handle that problem and then focus on adding the higher value. A second question I had was about I think I saw at the very end, there was the insights being generated during the call, and then I think you showed us a screen with a summary. So is the Google Meet experience, that extension you built there, does that push back to the ATS with the summary of how the interview did, or are those two just separate components?
Well, we have integrated all the systems together, so they all work together. The Records Meet add-on feeds data back to the dashboard. That's where we perform the performance analysis and also give the overall candidate performance based off the job descriptions, the candidate CV, and the performance during the interview.
Thank you for the presentation. So, and I assume the agent has access to the candidate CV, right? So how do you differentiate between maybe the agent bias and the human bias? Because as humans, we have bias, and probably also the agent has bias. So how do you differentiate that?
So for the agent bias, we make sure not to feed the agent with personal information about the candidate. So we only feed the agent with the necessary things that we need, if it's the skills, the education level, and the experience that they have, so that the agent is able to differentiate, to analyze based off what the candidate has, not what it knows about other people or other areas that it might be biased on. And then from the human perspective, we have integrated the human aspect into the workflow. So the agent just provides recommendations based on what it thinks is best, and then the decision is solely left to the recruiter.
Okay. And how are you tailoring the model grounding data to fit in the market? For example, like if someone is hiring in Kenya, for the Kenyan market, it's totally, even if it's the same role, say for a software engineer, it's totally different from someone hiring in Silicon Valley for the same software engineering position. So how do you tailor the grounding to the model?
So for the model to know what it is, the things that it's going to give us, we give it the context of like the candidate CVs, and also we have the job description, so that from the job description it understands like even the location and the requirements, so that the questions it gives and the output it generates are based on the relevance to the job positions that where the recruiter is hiring for.
Also, to add on that, during the interview, it's supposed to understand the context on which the recruiter and the candidate are talking about, and then it will generate an analysis. So our agent is able to understand the transcriptions and then do an analysis and then generate questions depending on whatever is being talked about.
Okay. And also, so finally, how do you add a human touch to the interview? So sometimes when you're interviewing someone, you can actually tell this person is disappointed or the person is anxious, and you want to try and calm them down as an interviewer. So like, how do you tailor that human aspect of the interview?
Okay, I'll take that question. Since like the questions that are given there are a suggestion that a recruiter can ask, so they still have the time that the human aspect is there. It's only the AI is adding up to the way the recruiters used to handle recruitment before, and still it doesn't take away what the recruiter can do normally. And also, as the model understands the context of the conversation between the recruiter and the candidate, the question it gives is also relevant to evaluate the candidate's skills and experience at the same time.
And how do you factor in privacy and security, especially for the interviewee?
Yes. So for the interviewee, when they have submitted their CVs, and the way we store the credentials for Odoo are encrypted, so nobody can access what is not theirs. And also we've implemented role-based access control, which only authorized users can only access the dashboard for the candidates and their own job posts and candidates.
Okay. And with that, can you compare candidates, like asking agents like compare candidate A to candidate B, and would that infringe on privacy?
Okay, for this iteration, it's per candidate. The evaluation is being done, but still it has the percentage of how much the candidates fits a role. So manually, the recruiter can compare the percentage between candidates. But for this iteration, the comparison between candidates is not included.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My first question is, you're using Google Speech to do the transcription, and given that we're in Kenya and everyone has their own accents, how well does what an interviewer say translate to the transcripts, basically?
So before we settled on Google Speech to Text, we tested different audio speech to text models. We did Vosk. We also tested for Assembly AI, and we ended up using Google Speech to Text because of its accuracy. The accuracy is high, and as you can see, we have different accents here. For the Ethiopians, it can be able to notice Ethiopian accent. So, yeah.
Okay. In your presentation, you had Angela as the interviewee, the candidate. Yes. The transcript at the end. Can they see what the AI has said about the interview?
No, the candidate cannot. Sorry. No, the candidate cannot see it because our platform is solely for the recruiters, so only the recruiters have access to the transcripts and the AI insights. The candidate, however, is notified that there's a bot that is going to join in to help in the evaluation, but they do not have access to what goes on with the bot.
Okay. Then after the candidate has finished the interview, a recommendation percentage is sent back, yeah? So How do you decide between two, let's say two candidates in the same, doing the same role for this, going for the same role? Let's say candidate A has been given 70%, candidate B has been given 50%. How are the how does the bot evaluate the two? Is there a standard, or do you give the bot freedom to decide?
So for that one, it's yes, it gives the percentage of fit for that job role, but still it comes with the strengths and weaknesses, and also overall performance of that interview, which enables the recruiter to see, like, even if they have different, someone has a higher percentage than the other one, but if they have qualities or criteria that is not, like, the recruiter prefers to hire the candidate in, they can see from the overall analysis of the interview conversation and the strengths and the weaknesses, which enables them to compare the candidates without even the percentage.
Okay, the strengths and the weaknesses. Yes. How do you define a strength and how do you define a weakness? Is a strength if two candidates, exact CV, same candidates come to you with just different names, will the output be the same? Like, how will the output change? How will the strength be? How do you define strength and how do you define weakness?
Thank you. I'll take that. How we determine strength? First of all, as we said, at first there is a summary that is generated of the candidate. So according to that summary, it has the skills the candidate has, the experience it has. So in the analysis, all that is included. So when we include all that, it shows like this is the initial selection of the candidate. This is the skills the candidate had according to the job description, and also during the interview, according to how the candidate is answering, according to how maybe the confidence the candidate has and how she's or he or answering the questions. Now the analysis is generated from that, so we can be able to see like this candidate performed like this because of how they answered, if they answered well or if they didn't answer well.
To add on that, after the analysis is made, the decision is solely left for the recruiter. The recruiter is the one that is supposed to look at these two candidates, look at their strengths and their weaknesses, and determine if he wants to move on with this candidate or not this candidate. We are not replacing the human aspect of hiring. We are only improving hiring.
Okay, thank you. Last question. We have bias. And remember, I'm asking this only because there's been, if you've there's a case where a company called Workday is being sued because of how their AI was basically doing the CV scoring and all that. Because for all the 7 companies this person interviewed, they went through Workday and they got rejected. So how do you mitigate bias in your system, and how do you track it? Do you have an evaluation matrix set aside to do this?
To mitigate the bias, every CV passes through the model. So, but the model uses a defined prompt to generate for the candidates what the skills and everything, even for the job description. So that way, every candidate has the same chance to be evaluated, which will maybe not eliminate bias, but which will mitigate the bias and also will give everyone the same chance to be for the role.
Any comments, feedback from the audience?
Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions. So question 1, is there a chance a candidate can manipulate your model via their CV, knowing you guys are providing the services for the recruiter? So they add something in their CV, basically to change your prompt or to advance it to their benefit.
Not at all, because the way that we use our prompt is just for it. They have a CV, yes. So from that CV, to get the skills summary, their experiences, and the overview of what the candidates, what the candidate profile is. So a candidate cannot manipulate the model or will be to like tamper with it, you know.
To add on that, a candidate cannot manipulate the AI model since, like, for records, what we consider as candidate who performed well, it's based on the interview. So based on how the candidate answered, that's what we are considering. So we don't consider, like, this candidate is maybe has a good CV. So that is being shown on the interview, how the candidate is answering the questions. So that's how we evaluate if the candidate is best for the job.
But the AI model is the one suggesting the questions to be asked, right? So basically, they can tell the AI model which questions to ask them. No?
So again, how they answer those questions, it also matters. They can tell the AI model, but also what we are seeing, the confidence in how they are answering. And then according to what they answered, they can be asked a follow-up questions. So it's all like contributes. They can know the question, but then they might not know maybe the following question, or also how they are answering the question, it also matters.
To add on that, since it's already live interview and they don't know if maybe they can ask what question they can ask them, but they don't know at that time what question can they ask them. Maybe let's say, for example, they can know what question they can ask them. Let's say if it is about the models, what type of model can they did they train before, but in the based on that one, it's going to ask them follow-up questions. So yeah, they cannot.
Okay. Second question, yeah. I know from, at least, I'm not a recruiter, but the few times I've recruited, there's a scoreboard. Sometimes for standardization, you have a scoreboard saying, this is how we are going to evaluate the candidates based on these metrics, and you should score. If the panel today scores you, for instance, gives you a 3, they need to explain why the 3, right? Someone gets a 5, why the 5? So, but at the end of the day, they have the same script to judge. They are going to judge you based on that, right? So, are you allowing that maybe as a recruiter for me to upload my scorecard, and then at the end of the interview, the AI agent should basically fill in those how the interview went along that scoreboard, and then the scoring and why that scoring, so that then I can make my decision also unbiased.
So when we were coming up with this idea, we've thought of like having a recruiter to upload their scores or like their scoreboards, but with the time we had for the MVP, we only used like we existing similar way of evaluating candidates. But for our next iteration, if we were to do it, we definitely include the scoreboards for like tailored recruiters.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Are people laughing? Would this solution be tailored for other recruitment models, not just for, like hiring candidates, but for hiring talent, but then for actually recruiting people, like in boot camps, like AkiraChix?
Yes, definitely in our next iteration, we will put that in mind. But for now, it's only for the recruiters, and for the recruiters.
Yeah, it would be really great if you can think through that, because finding talent to brilliance to train at AkiraChix is no easy. So, and with the advancement of AI, everybody copies the essay questions on AI and from ChatGPT, and everybody actually is interested in AI as an innovation. So all the answers are the same. So how do we tell that this person is going to thrive in the program? So thinking through even now, like the probability of this person being able to thrive even at work based on the success of, let's say, the candidates at that company. So company X has had engineers for, let's say, for 5 years, and people don't leave. There's not, like turnaround, the turnover is not high. But so when you're recruiting, they want the same kind. Everybody keeps saying, I want that kind of engineer. I want those engineers that stay with me for 10 years or 5 years. So is there a way we can incorporate figuring out how that we ended up with the 10 years? That's the data, past data of 10 years, and be able to give a prediction of the candidates that we are hiring now, whether they'll be able to turn out the same.
Now we know. Thank you, Rekos. Sorry, any other question, feedback? Thank you, Rekos. Next group is Halicare.
able to fix this physical We've already done all this. Had it here is what we are missing, right? And this one. Actually, we've done the rest. So that's the dashboard was like manual. Someone
Side. For years, USAID has stood out as a beacon of hope to countless of Kenyans living with HIV and AIDS, providing support to critical health care. However, in February this year, USAID funding cuts came as a major blow to this lifeline. Clinics that have once been centers of hope and refuge have shut their doors, leaving behind stranded patients with fear and uncertainty. To us, this is more than a funding crisis. It is a health crisis threatening to undo years of hope and healing. The lives at stake are not just numbers. They are mothers, fathers, friends, neighbors, all left struggling to access care. The impact is staggering, with over 93.75% of USAID beneficiaries being HIV patients, yet only 19 health programs remain active. Out of the services offered by USAID, a high percentage stands out to be ARV refills. Simply put, this means that a lot of people are at the risk of going without their daily medication.
Let's meet our user, Brenda. She's an unemployed patient living in Nairobi. She has been on antiretroviral therapy for over 10 years. Before the recent USAID funding cuts happened, she accessed a medication and also counseling services at her local clinic. But after the funding cut happened, she's unaware of the operational clinics that are still found around her. She wants to find the clinics that are still operating for her to get the monthly ARV refills. And also, she wants to access the center that has the counseling services. On the other hand, there is a Dr. Peter. He is a clinician in Nairobi. He managed the HIV operation of the clinic. Patients keep calling to ask if his clinic is still operating. Many of the patients are not physically to check. They assume his clinic is shut down because of the funding cuts. Dr. Peter wants to update the patients about his clinic operational status and also the service that they offer. And also, he wants to manage the patient's appointment. So, this led us to ask ourselves, how might we ensure sustained access of the essential healthcare services and also medication for the HIV patients living in Nairobi?
This question became our design direction, guiding every idea and decision as we work toward a solution that remains reliable even when external funding is stopped, which led us to come up with AkiraChix, a platform that bridges the gap between the patient and health facility. It helps patients like Branda to locate nearby clinics that are still operating and have available services. It also helps clinicians like Dr. Beta to update their clinic status. This is how AkiraChix system works, how the patient, the clinicians, and the platform interact to make healthcare access easy and reliable. Patients use the mobile platform, allow their location access, and search for nearby clinics that have available medications. Their request goes to the system through AkiraChix API, checks the database, and returns clinics that are close to them. A patient can select one clinic, view its details, and make appointment for ARV medication. On the other hand, clinicians use the clinic dashboard to update the clinic information, such as the status of the clinic in case that clinic is closed, the services they offer in that clinic, the contact of the clinic. Once they update, the system saves the information and makes it visible to the patient side. Through AkiraChix, we aim to ensure that every patient continues accessing the care they need and every clinician's clinic keeps their patients informed.
This is what AkiraChix looks like, where we have our patient mobile app and our clinician dashboard. For Brenda, who is our patient, once Brenda's already logged into the app and is on the homepage after allowing her location, she first has to view the clinic requirements which are required for each clinic. And when she wants to access clinics that are closer to her, she can go to the clinics, and then it will show her clinics that are close to her on the map view or in the list view. And once Brenda has decided on a clinic she would like to go to, she clicks on view the details of the clinic, and here she can see the services that are being offered by the clinic and their contact information. When she clicks on book an appointment, considering Brenda is going to this clinic for the first time, she first has to upload her transfer letter, which is required by each ARV patient before transferring from one clinic to another. She first uploads the letter in form of an image.
And then she can select the date she'd like her appointment to be. I'll just leave it for today. And once she confirms the appointment, her appointment is added to her upcoming appointments. And once she has already gone for that appointment, she can either mark it as complete, or if she's no longer going for an appointment, she marks it as cancelled. And considering the clinic that Brenda currently goes to does not offer the counseling services, we have an option of Brenda locating counseling centers that are near to her, where she can view and select a counseling center that she would prefer to go to. And once Brenda has already made her appointment, once Dr. Peter logs into his clinician dashboard, he's able to view the appointment that Brenda booked. And here he can also filter to see the appointments on a desired range. And he can see them also weekly and monthly. Dr. Peter can also add services that the clinic offers based on its availability to the clinic. And Dr. Peter can also add a service or edit it. And he can also alter the ARV medication status as either available or not available, and the clinic opening status as either open or closed. If he updates it to open, the clinic will be visible to the patient, who is Brenda, on the mobile app. But if he updates the ARV status as not available and the clinic is closed, then the clinic will be removed from being displayed to Brenda. And also Dr. Peter can view his dashboard analytics to see the appointments, and he can see this either weekly, monthly, or daily.
At Halicare, we believe that access to care should never stop. We are building a future where every patient knows where to access care and every clinic stays visible. When USAID ends, Halicare begins. Thank you.
Thanks for the demo. I'm curious about the appointment scheduling aspect. I saw you have the ability to set open and close times, but does it avoid double conflicts, or like the doctor being out of office, this kind of thing? Is there a way for an appointment to be confirmed by the doctor so that Brenda doesn't risk going and not finding someone there? Or once Brenda books, we assume that that means someone will see her at the time that she booked?
Okay, so when Brenda makes her appointment, first she can see the clinic opening and closing hours. And if Dr. Peter is not available, we were initially making it just for a clinic that any of the clinicians currently available at the time can see the appointments that are being booked at the time, yeah.
Okay, but if another patient has booked 2 p.m., that doesn't impact the availability of that slot for Brenda. It's not like one person at a time, it's any time.
No, it's not one person at a time thing.
I see, thanks.
So how else can the patients interact with the app? You already know, like most of these patients that require some of these services, or some patients who require some of these services are probably using like feature phones and they don't have smartphones. Have you thought about like a different way that the patients can interact with the application?
To create the system, we majorly focused with the research that we did. We were able to talk to clinicians and also the patients. So from our research, we found that majority of the patients have smartphones. So that is why we considered using the application.
Okay. And have you thought about like something around telemedicine, where maybe if the patient has some symptoms that they'd like checked by a doctor? Have you thought about that and how that would be incorporated?
In our system, it displays the service that that clinic is offering. They can add whether they are offering testing, screening, counseling, or ARV availability. So they can see the service they offer, then they can decide to go which clinic that's offering that.
Okay. My other question is like, what other innovative approaches can be used to bring more value to the patients? Like, I talked probably symptom analysis, even without necessarily having to interact with the doctor. Have you thought about other innovative approaches to bring value?
We were thinking of some of the features that we can add to it. We wanted to enable virtual assistants, so such that patients can also get counseling without necessarily having to look for the counseling centers. Additionally, we also plan to incorporate notification, so that once a patient goes for ARV refill, and probably it's for a month, they're able to be notified that a month has ended and they can go to receive their ARV refill. We also thought of also incorporating notification in the side of the clinicians, so that once an appointment has been made, they don't necessarily have to go to the dashboard, but they can also get to be notified that they have received an appointment or there is an upcoming appointment.
To add on it, our main target was the patients that has affected the USAID shutdown. So our aim target was them to show the clinic that are still operating and see the available services that they offer.
Okay, and how would you incorporate other conditions beyond like refill of ARVs? So there are other conditions that probably the USAID was supporting. Let's say I don't know, maybe something around diabetes, TB, and all that. So how easy would it be to add something different?
Now our prototype was based. We built for the HIV/AIDS patients, which was the most people that has impacted this shutdown. But for the next iteration, we are trying to make it for all people. Even the usability test we conducted, most of the clinicians also requested that to make it for all patients instead of for HIV/AIDS patients. But for this version, we made for HIV/AIDS.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a clarification. Dr. Peter is a mobile doctor. Because you said from his view of the dashboard, he had visibility to multiple health facilities. So, who is Dr. Who's your user?
Okay, I think we.
So Dr. Peter works in these clinics. So now if user X, who's the one that needs the HIV/AIDS clinic and medication, searches for clinics, they won't just get Dr. Peter's clinics, they'll get multiple clinics. Okay. Then another question is, where do you get your hospital data from, like which hospitals are verified or not, especially given that there are some clinics that have come up and they're not registered, they are acting illegally. So where do you get your clinic data from, clinic information from? Yeah.
So we did a research. So based on the research that we did, there are clinics that are still operating. Like we did a research on that. So when we look those clinics, like for the patient to be able to book appointment and to get the other services, we save them those clinics in our database. So for the patients, like after they allow the location for them to be able to see, and also for the patients to book an appointment, we get those clinics online.
Okay, so a user who you've registered has the ability to select the clinic they want. So I can wake up today, join and then claim Karen Hospital as my clinic, as my hospital, or how do you verify that this clinic truly belongs to the said person? Do you get?
You are asking to, like, when a patient is going to book an appointment?
The doctor, your user is Dr. Brian, yeah? Peter, Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter has added clinic X and Y into his portfolio as his, yeah? How do you verify that those clinics belong to him? Because remember, your users are sharing delicate information with them. So how do you verify that this clinics are under him, or he has access, he has the right to claim ownership of them?
For our prototype, now we think of when users can, one clinic can register one user. A user cannot register multiple clinics. He can register one clinic, and for other clinicians, if they want to use that dashboard, they use the same credentials to log in with that clinic, so that they cannot access with other clinicians' dashboards.
Another question, last one. What is your technical stack for that you've used to implement this?
For the dashboard, we use the Next.js technology, the Next.js, because even for the pages to be fastly loading, and because it's better using that one for better security and the high performance, so we use that one. And also for the mobile app, we use the native Android studio, the Android Studio.
What database are you using?
Postgres.
Postgres. Why did you decide on Postgres?
It's good for relational data and well structured data.
Have we concluded with the judges? All right. Before we proceed to the audience feedback, the owner of KDR 468X, please attend to your vehicle. KDR 468X. Thank you. The audience, any feedback? Any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I like the slogan where USAID ends, HaliCare begins. I think my feedback would be, I do understand there's the specific focus on looking at ARV patients, but is there a possibility for the platform to expand so we can even look at other possibilities? For instance, if I'm in a place and I want to access healthcare, can I even compare which clinics are cheap? How can I access them? If I need pharmacy care and I'm not able to go to a pharmacist, can I compare these prices and have the medicine delivered to me without having to go to leave the house?
Okay, thank you. As I explained before, this prototype we meant for HIV AIDS, but as we get feedback from the even usability test, we are planning to expand it to all patients as time goes.
Thank you, HaliCare. Next group, Ethernet, please come on stage.
In Ethiopia, we have communities called Idirs, which play a very important role in supporting and uplifting community members. These communities are usually formed by people who belong in the same neighborhood, same profession, or even same churches who have chosen to walk through life together. They support each other by making monthly contribution, which will in turn be used to buy communal assets. When someone has an event, they can be able to borrow these assets, and they will also be supported, be given financial support by their Idirs. This community are a symbol of unity, compassion, and mutual support that brings people together in times of need and also celebrations. Despite all this, they still face some challenges. Meet Abeba, who's a member of Akira Idir. Abeba has to make monthly contribution, and every time after paying, she's supposed to be given a receipt by the leader. But sometimes this doesn't happen, and when the leader forgets that she paid, she has to repay her monthly fee again. Meet Tesfai, who's the leader of Akira Idir. He has to make sure that all the members have made their monthly contribution on time and that these contributions are properly documented. But sometimes he finds that some of the documentation are missing, which becomes problematic.
And from the research we conducted, we found that there are more than 500,000 Idirs in Ethiopia, and about 80% of households in Ethiopia are members of Idirs. This shows us how Idirs are rooted in Ethiopian culture and community life. However, despite their importance, 66.7% of Idir members reported that they don't fully trust their Idir leaders. And when we look deep, we discovered that 78% of Idir members believe there is unfair asset distribution, and 86.7% still rely on cash payment. From these insights, we found these major issues: lack of payment transparency, inequitable asset distribution, and paper-based documentation. This left us with the question: how can we improve transparency, accountability, and equitable asset distribution within Idir organizations to rebuild community trust and to enhance their effectiveness on supporting social needs?
From this, we developed IdirNet, a platform that makes Idir management simple and transparent. Here is how our system works. Every month, Abeba logs to the system to pay her monthly contributions and see how the Idir's funds are being used in the Idir. When she pays her monthly contribution, the transaction is sent via the Daraja API, and a digital receipt is generated, which is stored in our database. During her special occasions, Abeba is able to book assets, which she can then collect at a convenient time set by the leader. On the other hand, Tesfai, the Idir leader, is able to track payments made by each and every member of the Idir and also manage the assets in his Idir. When assets are not enough in his Idir, he's able to rent these assets from other Idirs.
Through internet, Ababa won't have to repay her monthly fee. Tesfai won't have to keep manual records of payment. All Idir members will support and uplift each other while upholding the spirit of solidarity.
Let me walk you through the leader's journey. Tesfai will come to IdirNet mobile app to register as Idir. By including the name, the address, the account number, and the monthly fee that have to be paid every month, with a description of the goal of the Idir and the rules that have to be followed. He has to notify other 3 leaders like him, and after successfully registering his Idir, he can be able to invite members via email. Tesfai can see the list of Idirs he is in, as well as the roles. For example, in Akira Idir, he can be able to see the details of the Idir, such as money, and assets like tents, shares, or serving spoons. When a new is bought for that Idir, he can be able to add them with the unit price, the quantity, and the preview image of how it looks like. As well as he can say the leader availability, at what dates and time he is available at. When the Idir is running out of any assets, he has a responsibility to rent from other Idirs, in which he can see the list of Idirs who own different assets. For example, here in Abeba, there are chairs, tables. So by selecting the quantity and the date, from what day to what day he needs it, and paying, after that he can be able to get those assets. And as well as he has a power to change the role of the membership from a member to a leader and from a leader to a member as well.
On the other hand, Abeba as a member can also choose an IDIR that she belongs to. After choosing the IDIR, she can be able to make her monthly contribution. She can do this either by using her registered phone number, or she can also key in a different phone number that she wants to use for payment. She will receive a prompt to pay. After successful payment, Abeba will receive a digital receipt. This receipt will have all the information of the transaction that she has just made. When Abeba has an event, she can be able to book different resources that she needs in order to make her event successful by selecting the quantity of items that she wants. She also has to select the dates, from which date to which date that she will need these resources. From there, she can be able to book these resources successfully. Abeba can also be able to look at the transaction history that has been happening in her IDIR. She can be able to see all the members who have made payments and the date at which they made these payments. She can also choose any month and see all the members who made payments during that certain month. She can also see the members who did not make their payments in any month. This is the complete journey of Abeba in our platform. Thank you.
Thanks for the demo. So there were two aspects, I think, for both the roles you showed us. There was this idea that you can rent, like for Abeba it was to book for an occasion that she's hosting, and then for Tasfai it was when he needed to take stock from another IDIR. Is it tied to availability? Like I saw it said that this IDIR has 99 chairs, but we don't know whether those chairs are available on the day when you're booking them, because it looked like you were choosing the number before you chose the date. Am I misunderstanding that, or do you make sure that you can't have things double booked? Does the system take care of that?
Okay, let me take that question. When a resource is booked, the system automatically decreases from the available resource. That's how we handle.
Okay, and then it will go back up once the event has passed?
Yes.
Automatic, okay, sure.
I have a question. Okay. I got a bit, please clarify this. The last member the last profile you showed was a member, yeah?
Yes.
How are the roles assigned, given that she was able to see what she's contributed as well as who's not paid? Like on the members page, you showed how she had access to see how much her history of transactions, so from this month going back, and then you also showed immediately after that it showed there was a tab you scrolled to that had names of other members in the IDIR and and who had not paid. So how are the roles assigned?
It was the history of all the people who have paid who belong to the same IDIR. It's not like for one person and her payments. So it's for all the members. If all members have paid, I can be able to see that all of them have paid. It's not just mine, but for all the members.
For all the members,
yes.
Okay.
And just to add on that, it solves the problem that you are solving for transparency. So when a member has to see all the people who have paid and all the people who have not paid, for us, we feel like this is more transparent to the member.
A question. Given that I know you've used the Daraja API, I'm curious, how is the uptake currently, given that your users are in Ethiopia, how is the uptake of the Daraja API there? Are people there more likely to use cash versus using M-Pesa? Yeah, just out of curiosity.
Okay, so M-Pesa is available as well in Ethiopia. So people most of the time nowadays are using M-Pesa. That's why we decided to
integrate Daraja as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I really liked it, first of all. But one important question is most Ethiopian Reader users don't speak English, and the app seems to be made in how. You can hear me? Yeah. All right. So most Ethiopians don't read and speak English, especially in the Edder community. So how do you plan to? Does it have a language option? Maybe, I don't know. Another question is, Edder is mostly used for social events like funerals and weddings. So what happens is, for example, if a person loses her distant cousin, she'll come and say, there's a certain amount of money given to a person, right, when they lose their family members. So one of the biggest issues, I'm a member of Edder myself, one of the biggest issues, like, people will lose a distant relative and come and say, can I have this amount of money because I lost a family member? And then is there a way maybe you can, this is more like a comment, if you can, if there's a way, maybe you can register their family members, their close family members, you know, husband, wife, child, those are the ones, and parents maybe, those are the ones, you can get a certain amount of money for that. Yeah. And if they graduate, you get a certain amount of money, right? So yeah, and that's it.
Okay, to answer that question, for the language, you're right, there are people who cannot speak English and cannot read, but for now, for this version, our target users now are those people who are part of Edder but live in the capital, in the cities as well as the sub-cities. Those people have a basic knowledge of English because they usually use the delivery apps, Ride or Uber apps, so they have a basic understanding of English, so they don't have a problem with that. And we have done a usability testing as well, so they were not struggling with that. That's why we decided to do that. And for the money contribution, not only for the monthly, but for other funerals, or we have considered that. For this version, we haven't included that, but it's a good feature to add on this.
Yeah, I like the Reddit's question, because I think all of us could just be saying a distant cousin died, and we all every week, and we could just be getting money. It's possible. It's fraudsters, I think. Yeah, it's just how do you curb fraud?
Also, to answer your question, we have Edder rules. Like the Edder leader, when they create the Edder, they can write what they want to have as a rule. So when they have to write the rule, they can write it. It's only for the husband, wife, or the siblings.
Yeah, we just need to add verification. Any other question? Otherwise, everybody could have a cousin and again. Yeah. Another question? Good. Thank you so much. You had?
Yeah, one more question, sorry. Could you just tell us a bit more about the tools you used on the back end? I know you have the native Android app. What about the back end where all the data is stored? Just the technologies you used, and maybe a bit about why you chose those ones.
Let me take that question. On the back end, we used Python, Django framework. It is more reliable, and it uses OOP, and it helps us easily to integrate with the front end. So that's why we.
Okay, great. There is no other question. Thank you so much, Idrinath. Next up, Milimizon. Judges, hold on there. We are almost there. Everyone else, we're almost there. Welcome, Milimizon.
Malawi's agriculture sector is at the risk of being abandoned by farmers due to increment of losses that are made after harvest. Agriculture is the core field in Malawi's economy that provides 60 to 80% of job opportunities under its workforce. But it is so sad to know that 80% of the farmers are lacking information about market price that the government has set. Hence, they are selling their produce at any given price, which also affects in budgeting and planning for the next season. While on the other hand, 80% of the wholesalers, they walk a longer distance to find these farmers to source their produce, which also affects in marketability. With this in mind, we can imagine how much losses does a farmer calculate in a day, week, and even in a month. This is envisioning the death of Malawi's core field, agriculture.
According to our research, we found out that farmers lack real-time market information access and they lack direct connection to the market, and there is lack of communication channel between farmers and wholesalers. Knowing this problem lead us to ask ourselves, how might we help those farmers to get real-time market information access and to connect them directly to the market in order to increase their income and avoid post-harvest wastes?
Meet Masala, a farmer from the district of Msanje. She grows rice, beans, and maize. She laments saying, I wait many days for potential buyers, and yet when they come, the pain does not end there. I struggle in bargaining to sell to them my crops at a price which I want, and yet I am always reminded, we had to look for you, they say. In that way, I am forced to sell off my crops at a throwaway price because I do not know the right price at which to sell them anyway. On the other hand, Alfred is a wholesaler from the district of Blantyre, dealing in rice and maize. He complains of having to leave his business for long hours to travel in search for the crops which he sells to his customers. He wanders from village to village in uncertainty of which farmers have the exact crops in quantities he needs. He also says it is risky to travel with cash, based off an incident where he was ambushed, beaten, and his money taken out from him. But today we say, no more worries Masala, no more worries Alfred. Introducing Mulimizon, a USSD platform where all users, both farmers and wholesalers, will be able to see the standard market prices set by the government. Farmers will be able to list their crops, and on the other hand, wholesalers will be able to browse, book, and pay for those crops.
We have designed our API to interact with Africa's Talking USAID Gateway for USAID service and SMS Leopard for SMS service, and also Daraja for payment. This is how our system works. We have 3 users: farmers, wholesalers, and an admin. Farmers will list what they have, and those crop details will be stored in our database after passing through our API, and the confirmation message will be delivered to our farmers throughout SMS. On the other hand, wholesalers can interact with our USAID to see those crop details, and they can proceed to the payment. The payment will be initiated. The confirmation message or transaction status that coming from Daraja will be stored in our database and also will be confirmed for our users, farmers and wholesalers throughout SMS.
Just like Masala, a farmer can list their produce, they can sell their produce without the fear of exploitation or even the fear of when the wholesaler is going to locate them. They just have to dial *384 *67554 hash. The farmer will want to see the market prices before they sell their produce. Masala wants to sell his beans. He will want to see the market prices, where he will see the market prices from the central, northern, and the southern region. Also, Masala will want to sell his produce to potential wholesaler by listing their produce. They'll select option 2, where they'll select the crop at which they want to sell. Masala wants to sell beans. He will input the quantity at which he wants to sell. And after successful listing, he will be sent a confirmation message of the crop that he has listed and the quantity. On the other hand, Alfred needs to buy produce from farmers who have listed their produce. He has no worries of when he's going to find the farmers or when
on when he's going to waste his time to find them in the village. You just have to dial star 384 star 67554 hash. Alfred will see the standard market prices that have been listed. He will see the market prices in the southern, central, and the northern region. He wants to buy the produce that Masala had recently listed. He'll just select option 2, where he'll select the crop at which he wants to buy, which is beans. He'll select the farmer at which he wants to buy the produce from. After successful booking, he will receive a confirmation message of the crops that he has booked and the farmer at which he has booked the crop from. On the other hand, after successful booking, he wants to pay because working with cash is very risky. He'll just select option 3, where he'll see the unpaid orders. He will confirm the payments. After successful payments, both the farmer and the wholesaler will receive a confirmation message of the successful payment made by the wholesaler. Mlimi Zone isn't just a USSD platform, it's a new hope for farmers in Malawi who are on the verge of losing their livelihood. Mlimi Zone is efficient, cheap, and convenient to all farmers. Having a smartphone is no longer a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a common problem across Africa, and it's probably like a scalable solution. But how is there a way to like add grading? Because we know, like from our farmers, we have different qualities of different produce. So, like, is there a way that a farmer can add grading for their produce?
Okay, I'll take the question. In Malawi, most of the crops that are grown, they're the 5 crops that we have listed, and we are trying to solve from the smallholder farmers who have no direct access to the wholesalers, and mostly they grow the 5 crops that are most sellable to the wholesalers. For at this moment, we have the 5 listed crops that are mostly sellable, and then after that, we can allow them to list the produce that themselves they have.
And to add on that, you've mentioned grading, and I believe we can consider that for the next iteration of our product. With just having to make sure that a farmer will deliver what exactly they have listed, because if you grade it as grade A and then you're giving something that is less, we shall put that into consideration.
Great. And is there price standardization in that, like the farmers are not exploited by the wholesalers, or maybe some farmers are not selling too cheaply compared to others?
Yeah, so that is exactly why we are choosing to display for this farmer the market prices, that option 1 which we had, which is C market prices, so that they know that these crops that I'm putting out there cost this, and then even the wholesaler themselves can see the market prices and know that this is the cost. And in order to ensure transparency, we are carrying out the transactions also through our system, so that we can know that this farmer who listed these crops and is expecting this money is actually getting that exact quantity of money.
Thank you.
Thanks for the demo. I had a question about locations. I didn't, maybe I missed it, but in the demo I didn't see the farmer and the wholesaler saying where they are. Okay. Is it possible that they might be across the country? You end up buying products from someone where it will cost a lot to actually pick them up? Or did you consider some way to make sure that they are within a reasonable distance from each other? I know it's difficult with USSD to achieve that, but maybe is there some aspect in the platform that takes care of that?
Yeah, I'll answer that. We considered location, and through our research we found out that Malawi is having 3 major divisions: the northern, central, and southern. So at registration to our platform, which is also existing, a person after choosing your role, whether farmer or wholesaler, we also request you to put your location, so that now in our system we are scheduling it in such a way that as a as a wholesaler, I am in the central region, I'll see the produce from farmers who are from the central region, so that delivery is much easier.
So if you're separating them as separate markets, does that also mean that maybe they have different market prices? So like beans can be more expensive in one region than in another region?
Yes, and
okay, nice.
we ensure to display that.
Makes sense.
On the pricing, I saw that once you select, as a wholesaler, once you go to buy, you say you want beans, you listed a bunch of bean sellers and their pricing. Have you sorted them, and how do you sort them? By price, by name, by location? How do you do that?
We sort them by location at first, because a farmer in Blantyre should, when they list their produce, a wholesaler in Blantyre is the one who is going to see the produce first. So we have first listed by location, in such that a wholesaler who is in another location will see the listing in that location. And then we have also considered that when a new farmer posts their things, they are going to appear first because they are the most newest. And yeah.
Okay, so the first price you get, so let's say the farmer that is new has set their price. Given that as a farmer I can set whatever amount I want, as a user I'll have to scroll through multiple pages for me to get the pricing I want. So let's say I have 10 users, there are 6 bidders, I have a feature phone. So I have to go number 2, 3, just to see pricing. I only get to, the priority is given to a newer farmer.
Yeah.
Okay. Then another question is, when money is paid, what stops the farmer from not delivering? Have you considered holding the money until the transaction is complete, or do you place trust in the farmers?
The payment doesn't happen exactly after you book. This is because the quantity and the quality. The quantity is only displayed, but the quality of the produce, the farmer cannot list it because they have a feature phone. Even taking a photo would be very hard. So what we considered was when they list their produce, the problem was that the wholesalers are having a hard time finding them, and then they're having a hard time locating the market. So the moment at which the wholesaler is going to select their produce, they have to go for it with certainty. I'm going to get the produce from this certain farmer. So the moment that you see the produce is when you're going to make the payment. Not exactly when you've booked is when you make the payment.
Oh, so when you select a farmer, you've booked that space.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that someone else cannot buy from the same farm? Can 2 people buy from the same farmer?
No, you can't.
You can't.
Yeah.
So if the user decides not to complete the transaction, what happens to the produce, given that it was in hold?
The one that was in hold, we have limited it to 72 hours. If they don't pay it, and then we are going to return it to the listings of the farmers, of the wholesalers, who can again book the produce.
Another question. For 72 hours, given that it's fresh produce, how do you, and fresh produce goes bad a bit too quick, how do you, the farmer is losing out. So how do you factor that in? Can we factor that in?
Yeah, we can factor, but at the moment we are dealing with the cereals that are mostly planted in Malawi.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right. Any feedback from the audience? Thank you, Mlimizon. All right, the next group can come set up. Fruit guard. We have 2 more groups left. so almost done. I think we're good.
Meet Samuel, a dedicated mango farmer from Makueni County, who pours his heart in nurturing his fields, only to watch his fruits rotting from within. This isn't a nightmare, it's the reality of fruit fly infestations. In Kenya, mango production generates $84.4 million annually, which is a source of livelihood to thousands of people. Fruit flies, however, destroy 40 to 80% of these yields, leading to a loss of fruit quality, a 45% increase in mango export rejection, leaving only 15% meeting the standard requirements. In Makueni alone, this pest has led to losses of 2 to 3 billion shillings yearly. And it's not just about the figures, it's the lives of 60,000 households where mango farming provides 70% of their rural income. The damage does not stop there. It extends to the environment because Samuel and many other farmers tend to rely on heavy pesticides to combat fruit fly infestations, which later leads to death of pollinators, soil infertility, and water pollution.
Having found this critical gap in mango production, the question of how we can support mango farmers in addressing and mitigating the challenge of fruit fly infestation in their orchards persisted. This is how we came up with FruitGuard, an IoT-enabled device designed to monitor and track real-time trap fill levels in mango farms. This device also enables farmers to receive real-time SMS alerts, notifying them that the trap is full and they need to empty it to maintain the effectiveness of the device. Our device has one sensor, the ultrasonic level sensor. This sensor captures the trap fill data in real time, and this data is wirelessly transmitted to our MCU, and the MCU is going to publish this data to HiveMQ, and we subscribe to this data using FruitGuard API. This data will then be stored in our backend, and if the data received has reached a set threshold, FruitGuard API is going to make a call to SMS Leopard API that is going to initiate an SMS alert to the farmer.
When Samuel goes to purchase FruitGuard from Kyoko, an agrovet manager from Monte, Kyoko registers Samuel into the system, capturing details such as first name, last name, phone number, location, and the number of traps Samuel is purchasing. This information will assist us to send timely SMS alerts to Samuel to ensure they empty their trap. As admins, we are able to, for the purpose of user management, we are able to see the agrovet managers we are working with, the total number of traps that are currently being used by farmers, and the total number of registered farmers using our device.
As agriculture serves as the backbone of Kenya's economy, sustaining millions of livelihood, safeguarding this vital sector is paramount. FruitGuard will enable Samuel to act swiftly, minimizing crop loss and enhancing fruit quality. This will strengthen market access, to boost export potential, potentially reducing market rejections by up to 54.5% and securing Samuel's income by 48%. Additionally, unlike pesticide-heavy methods that harm the environment, FruitGuard promotes eco-friendly pest control, minimizing chemical use, thereby preserving soil and water quality while supporting biodiversity. So, by offering a reliable, efficient, and a proactive approach to pest management, FruitGuard stands as the best option for supporting mango production in Kenya.
I would love to invite the judges to see how FruitGuard actually works. fruit guard is placed in a strategic position near the ripening fruit within the canopy. This is because fruit fly are naturally attracted to this environment. By placing fruit guard in this strategic position, we effectively capture fruit fly when they are more active. This increases trap success by trapping them area, hence helping Samuel to protect his mango from infestation. Inside the device, we have pheromone, which mimic female fruit fly, hence attracting male fruit fly inside the device using the designed opening. At the moment, the fruit fly are half filled. So when we return this trap here, it will not trigger any SMS to Samuel. As fruit fly enter into the device, Samuel gets an SMS alerting him to come and empty the trap as soon as possible to maintain the trap effectiveness. Samuel will come and remove the trap, empty it, return the trap to maintain its effectiveness. This biological approach enhances trap effectiveness, hence this biological approach enhances trap effectiveness by leveraging fruit fly natural behavior to control their population. Thank you. The mangoes emit specific scent which attract female fruit fly, seeking ideal position for them to lay eggs.
So ideally, in an cow farm, a farmer would need about 4 devices for effective approach.
Thanks for that. It looked like there was a solar panel on the top, is that right?
Yeah.
So is it completely off? That's what's powering it to do this? That's what's powering the sensor and the connectivity, is that right?
Yes, the solar panel, it's used to power the battery that serves as a backup during cloudy weathers and also at night.
Okay, so generally no one needs to recharge or swap batteries, it generally just operates in a self-sustaining way.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, there was a question about how it works. You mentioned that there's a compound in there that mimics the pheromones that attract the male. Is the female also attracted to the same trap, or does the female not affect the fruits?
The pheromone will attract male fruit fly inside the trap, but the females, since the device, as I said, it's placed in a strategic position near the ripening fruit, because the ripening fruit emits specific scent which attract female fruit fly, seeking ideal position for them to lay eggs. That's the time that since the female fruit fly is allowed the trap, they can enter the trap.
Also, to add on what she said, we capture the male fruit fly also to end the breeding cycle, because if we capture the male fruit flies, then the female fruit flies will not have anything to mate with, so we end the breeding cycle.
In addition to that, it's the male fruit flies that fertilize the eggs. So when the female fruit fly lays the eggs, it automatically dies, so the male fruit fly comes to fertilize the eggs. So in this, we also control the infestation.
Nice. And I imagine over time you have an opportunity to gather data, the rate at which traps are being filled. It tells you something about the population size in each area. So to do that, you would need to know the coordinates where this is installed. Is that information part of the platform today, or you only know who the farmer is who bought it, and we don't know the actual installation location?
At the moment, we do not have that. At the moment, we only have a unique device identifier that we use to identify the device. But in future, we were hoping we could be able to integrate GPS so that we can know the exact location of the device.
Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is almost similar to his, where there was the database and you showed the admin keying in people's names, their phone numbers, and where they're located and how many traps they're buying. Have you considered, as he said, having a dashboard to just help with the statistics, not just the money bits?
Okay, I'll take the question. On that, we considered in future to show the statistics in our dashboard so that data could assist us to see the fruit fly infestation level. Then later we can use to map areas with fruit fly infestation and then assist farmers to know where the fruit fly infestation is mostly.
Yes, and also, just to clarify, the aggravate is the one who registers the farmer. So he is the one to key in all these credentials, the location, the number of traps, and the trap ID the farmer has bought.
Okay. A question on the SMS. I saw you used Leopard. Why Leopard? Why not Africa Stalking, and why not any other service provider?
So we settled on SMS Leopard first because of the cost. SMS Leopard is much cheaper compared to other services in the market, and also because of message delivery reliability. It has a reliability of up to 99% in the country, and it is well compatible with local carriers.
Okay. And what the notifications when the trap is full, what sensors are you using?
We use ultrasonic sensor.
That's the same as a proximity sensor, the same one we have on the lifts.
Yeah, yes. It's a level sensor. It measures in one distance, so it's easy to know if the trap is full according to the distance. So we set a certain threshold. If that distance is met and that threshold is met, so that's the message is triggered.
Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Thank you, FruitGuard. Craft Crest, please come on stage.
Imagine Emma, an artisan who works tirelessly to make baskets and bracelets. She depends on the little money she gets from these products to feed her family. On the other hand, Amina, she's a buyer who likes to buy customized bracelets but doesn't know where to get genuine artisans. Nema represents 300,000 other artisans in Kenya and 70% of other artisans in developing countries who struggle to get access to fair markets. Nema completes her baskets and bracelets but doesn't have a reliable place to sell these products. Her workshop is full of beautiful unsold baskets and bracelets, yet her income is still unstable. Artisans are struggling to find buyers, and buyers are struggling to find quality. Amina and 60% of other buyers complain about paying middlemen and risk getting low quality products because they do not deal directly with the artisans. So then, how might we help local Kenyan artisans showcase their designs and connect to potential buyers while enabling consumers to discover and customize locally crafted products that reflect their own personal interest?
The answer is Craftpress, a mobile marketplace that connects artisans like Neema to buyers like Amina. Buyers fear to pay upfront for the custom products, and on the other hand, artisans fear to dedicate their time without a guaranteed pay. When Neema an artisan logs in, she uploads her crafted basket and provides her location details, which is stored securely in our database, forwarding her address via the Location IQ API. When Amina and a buyer on the other side, she logs in, she wants a custom basket, she'll send her request to Neema. When Neema accepts this request, she'll have to provide a quotation price and the completion date of the basket. When Amina accepts this quotation price provided by Neema, it's when she'll make payments via the M-Pesa Daraja API through an SDK push. And here is where our architecture shines. The payment will not be sent directly to Neema. It will be held in our account and tracked keenly by Craftpress API. Only when delivery has happened and Amina has confirmed that delivery has happened, it's when the payout will be triggered to Neema. And to secure Neema from delays, we've implemented a safeguard that if no action has been taken by Amina 24 hours after delivery, we automatically send the payment to Neema.
Let's explore the experience from both perspectives to understand how we address the unique needs of each user. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Once Neema logs in, she's able to see the number of days remaining on her probation period. During this period, her performance metrics determines whether she gets verified or not. She's also able to add products to her inventory by inputting the product name, the description of the product, an image, the price, the category, the quantity, and she's able to allow custom options for the specific product if it is able to be customized. She's also able to track her orders. The orders are displayed according to their statuses, and in case she has received a custom request, she is able to accept it and send back a quotation. The quotation includes the completion date, the labor price, the material price, and the quoted price, which is the labor price plus the material price. She's also able to in case she has completed a product, she's able to move the completed product into completed.
On the other hand, Amina looks in at the buyer, and she is able to see products that are posted by different artisans. She can also filter out the products based on their category, which are jewelry, basket, and pottery. If she wants to purchase a basket, she selects a basket that she likes. She can either customize the basket by entering a description explaining how she wants the basket to be customized. She also sets a deadline for the product to be done. And then she uploads a reference image to show what exactly she wants. And then she submits an order. Amina, she can also buy a ready-made product by adding the item to cart. Here she can also add or reduce the quantity. And then she checks out by entering her phone number. Once she enters her phone number, she receives an M-Pesa SDK push so that she can enter her PIN and authorize the transaction. Amina, at the buyer, she can also look for the artisans that are close to her area with their details, phone number, and their address.
Amina can also track her orders based on the in progress, pending, and completed status. Thank you.
With CraftQuest, we are not just creating an e-commerce platform, we are reviving the fabric of our economy, supporting local heritage, empowering artisans, and building a future where fair trade is the norm, not the exception. Thank you.
So what would be the difference between this and like a normal e-commerce solution that I can customize?
I'll take that question. Most of the existing e-commerce platforms, for example, the ones that deal with craftsmanship like ours, most of them don't allow the customizing of a product where you may see a product, but maybe you want it in a different color or maybe in a different size. So we allow that. Also, there is no, most of them don't have where you hold the money until both parties are in agreement, which we do that for us. So we feel that's the most unique thing about us.
But you can easily customize an e-commerce platform to, if you want it to hold money or like do some, like I'm missing the unique proposition for your solution. Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
I had a question about the tech stack behind this. You mentioned, of course, you're using the Raja API and such, but what did you use to build the e-commerce backend? The API server that you're using and the database server.
I'll take the question again. For backend, we use Django and Python. Frontend, for the mobile app specifically, we use Kotlin Jetpack Compose.
And is there a web app? Does the customer also have to install the Android app, or can they order online on our website?
No, we don't have a website. It's only our mobile app. Yeah, so they have to install the app.
You mentioned that when an order is placed, a custom order is placed, the artist sends back a quote, and then the user either pays, which you're going to hold, and then if there's no communication from the user side, the artisan, in one day, in 24 hours, the artisan receives the money. But when they receive the money and they don't deliver the goods, what happens?
Okay. For Amina, for the buyer, she has to confirm delivery for it to be triggered. So for the artisan, on the other artisan side, when she has completed and made the delivery, it means now Amina has to take an action for them to be in agreement. But if Amina doesn't take an action, it's when it will be automatically sent to the artisan.
So it protects the artisan and not the user.
Okay, not the user. Because the user has already received the delivery, so she's okay with it. So the artisan on the other side is the one who's affected. That's how we implemented for the artisan.
Okay, that was a good presentation. Maybe just a word of encouragement. I do see the unique proposition because holding funds in escrow, not very many people are doing that. And it's also protecting both the buyer and also the artisan. Maybe just also to the rest of the guys who presented, I see everybody's heavy on the Daraja API on M-Pesa. What if I am not using the state network, I'm using a different network? How are you going to implement that, considering that there are other networks or other payment platforms that are a bit cheaper, like for us at Lemonade Payments? We're also implementing that. So say, what if I'm not on Safaricom or I'm on Airtel? How are you guys going to handle that?
Okay, to answer that question, in our future version, we consider adding other methods of payment, but for our MVP, we only considered using the M-Pesa.
Okay, that's fine. But maybe as you move forward, you can also just explore other payment gateways because having one single source of failure can also affect the product when it goes to market.
Alan, just hire one or two of them. Yes. The entire of 2026 cohort will just implement lemonade payments.
True. Thank you, Craftcrest. You may have your seats. I know I said we have one more group left, but we actually have two, but we are still almost there. The next group is Fuel Flush.
Hello everyone. In Rwanda, Kigali, where fuel price set the pace of every day, fuel costs touch every home, shop and market. It hits hard when fuel cost rises, leaving motorists to decide whether to skip the meal of the day and buy fuel. Although, on the other hand, RURA, an organization that sets the fuel price every 2 months, through news statements, is so sad to know that only 36% of Rwandan population gets to know it, leaving most people clueless, which means those far away from news struggle with every tank fill and budgeting. So let's see what the number says. 64.8% of Rwandan population miss TV-based news due to lack of access, and also 78.8% of Rwandan population own mobile phones, which means 8 out of 10 households in Rwanda own mobile phones. While 11% of fuel consumption contributes to the Rwandan economy.
Meet Janet, 34 years old, who lives in Kigali, Rwanda. Janet is a fuel consumer who uses fuel for household activities and also for commuting, whereby she drives herself from home to workplace each and every day. Janet needs to manage family budget effectively regarding a certain change in fuel price, and also she needs to reduce financial stress caused by changes in fuel cost. According to Janet, she is facing challenges when it comes to family budget management and also planning for expenses because she lacks timely and reliable information regarding a sudden change in fuel price. So, based on the challenges faced by Janet, we asked ourselves, how can we help deliver instant accessible fuel price alerts to all Rwandese, empowering better budgeting and also increasing transparency?
Fuel Flush is here to solve Janet's pain point, enabling her to manage herself better and reduce financial stress. It is an SMS and USSD system to deliver fuel price alert to all fuel consumers. All the fuel prices will be managed and updated on the admin portal. Here's the flow of our system. Janet will subscribe to our platform either to our web portal or a USSD, where information will be stored into a database. If she decides to subscribe to our USSD, her information will be taken to our backend via the USSD gateway, which is African's token. Once the fuel prices are updated, Janet will be able to receive fuel price alert through SMS gateway, which is SMS Leopard. With that, Janet will be able to know when the fuel prices have changed and how much they cost.
So for Janet to get informed about fuel prices, dial *384 *33121 hash. Janet will receive a prompt where she will put her full name. Janet will have successfully subscribed into Fuel Flush. When RURA releases the updated fuel prices, we will update it in our system via the Django admin. This is when Janet will receive an SMS showing the updated fuel prices of petrol and diesel per liter. Janet can also unsubscribe from Fuel Flash by dialing the same code, then type stop. With Fuel Flash, we're not only providing real-time information, many like Janet will plan better, save more, and make informed decisions that positively impact their livelihoods, because every Rwandan deserves to make a financial choice. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So does Rura have like an API that you're going to use to integrate with the Fuel Flash?
Okay, so we are not integrating with Rura's API because they releases every 2 months, 60 days. They go to analyze the fuel prices and what's on the market. Then they release a statement that has petrol and diesel prices. So for us, what we are solving is now people who don't watch the news, because they release through news statements and also on social media. So most people, like most of them motorists, because the main transport in Rwanda is motorcycles. Mostly they don't get to know what the prices, because most of them don't even have televisions and the smartphones. So that's where we come in and deliver those prices to them through our SMS alert.
To add on that, Rura doesn't have an API, so we'll get the sources from the updates they'll be giving us, then we update it on our system.
And how do you scrape off the numbers? Because I can assume probably just like EPRA here will maybe like send a PDF or like something updating the fuel prices. So how do you scrape off that data and add it to your system?
Okay, so when Rura releases the information, it has its official website where it posts the updated prices. Either most of the time it comes in a letter form, so it has the diesel price and the petrol prices. So now we get it and then update it in our system, and then we send the alerts to the rest of the people who don't have access to the websites, television. Yes.
Thank you.
Could you take us a bit more in depth on your system architecture, please?
Janet will either subscribe to our platform either through our web portal or a USSD. So on the USSD, we use African's token, where she will input her full name and the number, then we get the information. Then once the admin updates the fuel prices, they'll be able to receive fuel price alert through SMS Gateway, which is SMS Leopard, with the fuel price update.
Okay, thank you. You've said that they can either access it through our website. Do you have the website?
Yeah, we have it.
Okay. So when they subscribe here, it also does the same thing as on text.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Then, and I think I had a similar question, because relying on a human to insert these values, what happened? Humans are prone to errors. So are there any validations that you've set up on your end to mitigate this? Because if they decide today, if they miss a number, that means everyone gets an SMS relaying incorrect information.
Okay, because now it's not something we update daily. It's updated after 6 days, every 2 months. So okay, it happens. The errors can be in, but because it's not something you update daily, we think the errors will be minimized, not permanently removed, but minimized.
Okay. Final question. What do you think about the longevity of your solution, given that most of the African countries, even Rwanda, is making a push towards renewable energy and yeah, like electric bikes, electric cars. So how long term is your solution?
Okay, so for that, we were thinking also of adding other features, because now there are some, okay, during the during the usability testing, we went to the fuel station, and then they said it would be better if you also add for us a feature where it can be now customized to our own fuel station. So now they can be even updating the prices of what they have in stock, either those electric motorcycles, other things they sell there inside the fuel station. So we also thought of adding it as to our next MVP.
Another suggestion is for future, I think it will be good to store also historical data of what the fuel prices have been, and then instead of sending users just today's new fuel, maybe you can do like a prediction of how the prices are going and all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot for the demo. One question I had was about, I don't know what the situation is like in Kigali. When Rura says the price is X, is there still variation in terms of the price you'll find actually at the pump when you get to a petrol station?
Okay, so some of the time there are some of the variations. That's why when we thought of adding it, we thought of adding it to our next MVP, because now every station will be having its own prices. But when Rura releases, it releases on a standard of only diesel and petrol across the country. So when we add that feature where we now customize to the specific fuel station, we're also thinking of adding the prices according to the fuel station now.
Yeah, I think that could be a feature that sets this as like to a higher level, or it gives a lot more utility if I can see which petrol stations are selling closest to the Rura set prices.
Yes.
And especially over time, like if I can be told this petrol station is usually within 1%, but this other one is adding a 2 or 3% markup, then it can influence my choice as a consumer.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks very much. Is there one more question? Is there a means to unsubscribe? I know you can subscribe from the website, and over USSD you can both sign in and out. On the website, can you unsubscribe?
No,
It's mostly on the mobile,
on
app,
the,
on
yeah,
the USSD.
on the USSD,
Okay,
yes.
no problem. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry. So maybe just to add on to that, you said that in Rura it's done every 60 days. So in terms of your product, that means that I will only be using your product once every 60 days.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, for now.
Oh, for now. Okay. So maybe from a business perspective, what would be the logic? What would be the business logic for having this product if I'm just gonna use it once every 60 days? And then also, if you were to go to market, how would you earn from it?
Okay, so for now we built for this iteration. We're just building for the alert system, but based on the feedback we also got from the users who are the fuel station owners, we thought of adding another feature where they can now, if they update the prices of what they have in the stock, and also customizing it to a specific now fuel station. Yes.
Any more questions? Thank you, Fuel Flush. Last but not least, KaziLink.
Every year, Kenya produces around 40 million bags of maize, and 75% of it is grown by smallholder farmers who depend on timely seasonal labor for planting, weeding, and harvesting. Let's take a case of Wanjala, a maize farmer in Bungoma County. During peak seasons, he desperately needs help in his fields, but because labor coordination depends on fragmented word of mouth and personal networks, he often fails to find workers when it matters the most. This delay means missed planting windows, poor weed control, and harvests that fall far too short for their potential, costing him thousands in lost income. At the same time, just a few kilometers away, Wafula, a willing and able worker, works for hours or spends his last shillings on transport to the nearest trading center in search for labor opportunities, but due to unreliable information, he often depends on rumors or chance. More often than not, by the time he hears about a job, it is already taken. Wafula returns home empty-handed, frustrated, and with nothing to show for his efforts. This is not the story of Wanjala and Wafula, but the reality of more than 6 million people who depend on maize farming. Studies show that more than 60% of smallholders face labor shortages during critical farming windows, and this delay slashes yields by up to 30%, costing farmers income and threatening overall household food security.
Building from this reality, we consider a key question that guide our work. How may we improve the coordination and recruitment of labor during peak season in rural Kenya to reduce post-harvest losses and create reliable job opportunities? With this question in mind, we came up with CaziLink. CaziLink is a USSD-based platform that connects farmers with local laborers. It enables job posting by using just a feature phone with SMS confirmation to ensure timely labor supply. Let's look at how this CaziLink works for Wanjala and Wafula. Wanjala dialed the USSD code to subscribe to CaziLink as a farmer. He opted to post the job. This job posting details is then sent and stored in our database by a CaziLink API. CaziLink API make a call to SMS gateway, which is the SMS leopard. Wanjala receives an SMS to assure him of his successful job posting. On the other hand, Wafula dialed the same code to view the same, to apply to CaziLink, to register to CaziLink as a worker. Wafula then view available jobs. The jobs, he apply for this job if he wants. The job application details are sent and stored in our database. Wanjala, Wafula receives an SMS confirmation with full job details, including the farmer's number for more information.
CaziLink doesn't just connect farmers like Wanjala with workers like Wafula, it strengthens the entire agricultural ecosystem. By ensuring timely labor access, CaziLink advances key sustainable development goals on zero hunger, decent work, and no poverty for millions.
The only way we can get to understand CaziLink is seeing it in action. Let's get to see a scenario where Wanjala needs help with farming and he needs workers like Wafula to apply for it. Wafula applies for it just in seconds. Let's get to see job posting on the farmer's side and job application on the worker's side. Wafula proceeds to dial the short code, *384*, 88462#. He then selects his role as a worker, enters his name, selects his county, selects his sub-county based on the county selected, and his ward based on the sub-county selected. Upon confirmation of these details, Wafula is successfully registered as a worker on CaziLink. Right now, if he opts to view available jobs, he's shown that there are no available jobs at his ward at that moment. Let's see what happens when the farmer posts work on his side. By dialing the same USSD code, Wanjala is a registered farmer with his name, location details, and one or more farms that he manages. He proceeds to dial the short code. He can now post work where he needs help in harvesting. He enters the number of workers he needs. The starting date, it's going to start, let's say, next week on November 24th, which is on Monday. And the end date is going to be on 26th, the same week, which is on Wednesday. The starting time and the pay per day per worker. Upon confirmation of these details, Wanjala's job is posted successfully. He gets an SMS confirming successful job posting, and all registered workers in the same ward get a notification of a new job opportunity in that area. Right now, if Wafula opts to view available jobs, he can now see the job that has just been posted by Wanjala. Upon confirmation of application, Wafula gets an SMS of full job details and the farmer's contact information for further inquiries. That's Kazi.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a very practical solution, and it can easily scale to other casual laborers like Mjengo and so many other things. So yeah, I don't have a question.
I have a question. You showed how once the job is posted, the person posting the job could tell us how many workers they need.
Yeah.
So does it become unavailable once a number has been hit? Is it tracking the number of people who've applied for the
Yeah,
job?
for instance, if Wanjala wants 15 workers, the system is tracking every time a worker applies for the job. So once the 15 slots have been filled, he receives a confirmation message that 15 workers have confirmed for the job.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also to add on that, once the 15 workers are fully applied, it no longer appears on the available list. Yeah.
What happens in a situation when two people have applied at the almost exact same time, and it's the last slot?
For that, we figured out that a dependency called Celery could help through SMS queuing. So it's in such a scenario when two workers apply for the job, through queuing, only one worker is selected for that particular slot, which is the last slot.
So it's a first come, first serve of last come, first out. Which one is it?
It's a first come, first served.
Okay. Then why Celery and not Redis, given that they're both queuing systems?
Celery was available at the was simple for us to use, as we discovered it earlier. We also used Redis for USSD caching. We used both of them actually. And since Celery is under Redis, we figured out it could be more scalable and easier.
Okay. Another question. How in your database you have, could you list for me the tables that Wafula and Wanjala will be in? Like you have a Postgres table that stores this information. I'm assuming it's Postgres. I feel like that's what you guys are using. Could you please list for me the table names you have?
So we have the user tables. The user table which is shared by both users, the farmer and the worker, And for the job posting table, we need both users as foreign keys on that table. We also have the SMS logs table where we need the job posting as a foreign key to it also. We included the application table, the job application table. So we have the users, the SMS log, job posting, and job application.
Okay. Can a person be both a user and a farmer? Like when Jala today wakes up, then is like, I want to be a farmer. I've now grown a new job. I've gotten a piece of land somewhere. I've grown my money, and now I want to employ other people. So in that case, they'll have already appeared as a casual laborer as well as farmer. So what are the unique identifiers, basically, I'm trying to find in your users table?
I'll check that question. The unique identifier they use is the number. So if Wanjala had used a number to register as a worker, you cannot use that same number to register as a farmer. So like if Wanjala want to register as a different role, you will have to use another number.
Okay. Thank you.
Any question from the audience? None. Good. Thank you so much, Kaziling. Great. I know the stomachs are starting to rumble with anxiety, but also hunger. Wow. Yeah, anyway, thank you so much, everyone. We're going to get the judges to go with us to the office just there. We're going to deliberate for 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. And then we'll announce the top 3, and then we shall close school. Yeah? Great. Judges, please follow me on that side. Oh, okay.
One more thing, we had an audience vote. We had an audience vote, but we noticed that you are voting for yourselves. So there is no audience vote. We're not going to reward anyone for the audience vote. Yeah, unfortunately.
Swam kuleshandisa sengiqala ukubajimisa sebeyeke ukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa ebathi bakwakuleshandisa awusengiqala ukubajimisa sebeyeke ukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa ayi ebathi umsebenzi wami uzongisiza ngakekela umayisiza sithemba akekho ozongivika ngihamba nomaphorisa umsebenzi wami uzongisiza ngakekela umayisiza sithemba akekho ozongivika ngihamba nomaphorisa ebathi bakwakuleshandisa sebecala ukungijimisa sebeyeke ukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa bathi bakwakuleshandisa sebecala ukungijimisa sebeyeke ukungisabisa sebefuna ukungithembisa masifika bopa ingane bopa nakusekufika amabhoza nakusekufika amabhoza oh bopa ingane bopa sibekezelile safosta manje le mpilo izokosta asike sijampa amabhoda oh bopa asesifikile bopa bopa ingane bopa bopa sibekezelile safosta asike sijampa amabhoda bopa
okay Bopa kukhupha kumnotho bathi ngiyibhozi ubhudo yesibhozi nangiseka wopha nangiseka mosha emntana hot mshot uthi uhamba nami emakuhanja uthi sakawona imali engaka ubona umadomana phethe zaka athi ufuna ibalance yaka Bopa kukhupha kumnotho bathi ngiyibhozi ubhudo yesibhozi nangiseka wopha nangiseka mosha emntana hot mshot uthi uhamba nami emakuhanja uthi sakawona imali engaka ubona umadomana phethe zaka athi ufuna ibalance yaka
bopa ingane bopa nakusekufika amabhoza nakusekufika amabhoza oh bopa ingane bopa sibekezelile safosta manje le mpilo izokosta asike sijampa amabhoda oh bopa asesifikile bopa ingane bopa bopa sibekezelile safosta asike sijampa amabhoda bopa
There is? Kuku Connect, There were 5 groups disqualified. 5 groups are out, so which means only 10. We only evaluated 10 groups. Remember when you were voting for yourselves? Yeah. Integrity is key, guys. It said audience vote. Then you voted for yourself, so we cancelled that. So the people who voted for themselves, we subtracted 5 points each for every time you voted. So unfortunately, 5 groups are out. Yeah. Anyway, I'm joking. We evaluated all 15. Yeah, I was just joking. Yeah. So I'll invite the judges to present the gifts to the winners. So we'll start with they're called runners up. Second runners up. So they're going to talk a little bit about, they'll give feedback, and then talk about mention the runners up. So, yeah. Yes. So, drum rolls. Second runners up. Tesfa. Congratulations.
Yeah, very well done. Speaking on behalf of all the judges, we're very impressed by the application. The visuals, when you were showing us the map, that was very polished. It's very impressive that you are able to put something together that quick. Another thing that stood out was how you mentioned that you're basing it on models that are actually relevant and trained, not just general purpose AI. That stood out, and there was clearly a lot of thought put into the design. You answered all our questions very well, and it was just a very slick presentation, so well done. Thanks, congrats.
Congratulations, Tesfa. All right, okay. First runners up. Drum rolls. Records.
A few words. First of all, congratulations, guys. I'd say generally
for everyone. We really liked your presentations. We liked how you answered our questions, and specifically to you guys, we loved the live demonstration. That is very brave. We also love that you used multimodal. You incorporated multimodal models inside your presentation, where you had the speech to text. That was really nice. We love the recommendations you give, and the fact that the you let the decision lie with the human, and used AI not to make decisions, but to aid in those decisions. I feel like that's very important, and we really, really loved that. We loved the presentation. We love that you answered all our questions, and I had many, and I had plenty, so thank you, and yeah, congratulations, guys.
Records. Please look inside the gift bags keenly. Yeah, before you throw away the bags, look keenly.
Hello, ladies. Let me address the ladies. I'm sorry, guests. Yeah, but ladies, you did very well. All of you did well, and I see myself like so many years back in you, and I have so many years of experience in the software engineering industry, over 15 years of experience. And I know like attitude and like determination will take you places. It will take you far. So you all did well. I liked all the presentations and all the presentations were polished. They were well thought through. So like I see like great talent in all of you. So keep up with the attitude. Keep up with everything that you're doing. And I'm so proud of you. Like I'm really happy for you. Yeah. So she'll announce there.
Okay. This one, I think we should stand. Drum rolls! The winner of codeHive Pitch Day 2025 is... I need to drink water first. I need water. Is... my Haki.
So as I said, you all did very well. You all like, if I was to choose like each one of them, I think you all have like a space, whether in my heart or in my mind. Yeah, so you all did very well, but there's something that stood out for this team. The fact that their solution was, first of all, it was very innovative. It was a solution that was impactful, and I see it from a social perspective, like a social impactful perspective. And it also incorporated AI, and I feel like this can also go further with regard to how it's being incorporated, and it's borderless. So the same solution can be applied in the whole of Africa. So, and that is what stood out. The architecture, design, your presentation, everything was really great. So congratulations.
I know I told Records to look inside the bags. Now you should look even more inside the bags. I'll hand over this session to Linda.
And I want what is in those bags. I should be given. Congratulations, everyone, just for standing here. For those minutes you had to stand here and pitch. And none of you froze today. The last few weeks, they've all been freezing. You didn't freeze, which is really good. But also, it means we've come from far, and we're really, really proud of you. So, good job. And congratulations to my Haki, to Rekos, Tesfa. I think today is when we say AI won. Yeah? Previous years, AI has not won because AI was not there. Previous year, IoT has won. But this time round, AI has won. But all of you have done amazing work. I think I was talking to Robert and the rest of the people. I go like, can we convert them into startups? It's like, do you have money? Give them. If you have money, invest in them, and then, we end up having startups, right? So a very, 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 very good job. Well done. And to our judges, thank you so much. A whole day, you are like, today is the AkiraChix. Thank you. We appreciate you, and we are glad that you managed to be with us today. You continue to support us. We just need a call. Hi, Sitati, can you be the judge? Yeah. Elizabeth, Medrin, it just feels so easy when we just come to you. So thank you for always supporting this work and just, being there to support us. They've come to Microsoft. Did they find you like last time when they came to Microsoft? I don't even remember. You found her? Yeah. Like she's there? Okay, so familiar faces now. Yeah. I see. Okay, that's good. So thank you so much for just supporting us and being here with us today. For everyone else, all our partners, Boya, Lemonade Payments, I can't even mention GitLab, lots of people who are here that came today. Thank you so much for just sparing the entire Friday to spend with us. We hope we also have made sure that you've had a good time as well, as much as we've really loved hosting you. So thank you so much. And yeah, we're not done. I think they're setting up for food. So yeah, you're at AkiraChix. All we do is eat. Apart from write code. The other thing is we make sure we fill our stomach. So please do not leave before you get something to eat. Apart from that, all I can say, school's out. See you tomorrow on the dance floor. And enjoy your afternoon. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll take a photo here. If you don't mind, take a photo. We'll take all, they just, yeah, we'll just take a photo here. So, he says? Okay. Hey, yes. I have a huge shout out to our trainer. Baby Savanigwe, guys. Thank you so much. Great.